14, Nico Jacobus, Robbie van der Kantweg, Vitsi and Yuri van der Kantweg, indicating some close breeding there from them. Vyacheslav, he was second. Kizaz in Poland this year, hasn't competed too much, was also at the European Championships in Exlu in Holland. Last year he finished 32nd and competed as well here in Hungary, in Budapest, at the European Championships before that in 2021. Our judges, who were pretty much united yesterday. Bert Jambon, representing Belgium, he is the president of the jury, the ground jury, so he is sitting at C. It is Bert who has to know the rules, ring the bells if anything doesn't fall within the many FEI rules around the sport. Barry Capstick for Ireland is sitting at V. For the Czech Republic, Jiří Kunat at P. For the Netherlands, Herman van den Bosch at S. And the designated foreign judge for Germany is Elimar Thunat at R. Marks so far, 6s, a few 5.5s, a few 7s. Running total looks to be averaging between 62 and 63. The winning score yesterday, Anna Sandman, so nearly dipped into the 30s, just one movement towards the end in the walk that just let her down a little bit, but it was a very, very good test from Anna Sandman. The horses have a lot of quality about them and their movement, and they're very balanced horses. The front and back end seem to be working totally in harmony, so that was rewarded by the judges. And her father, Christoph Sandman, he currently sits in second place after yesterday on 46.78, and pleasing the home crowd. In third place at the moment, Joseph Dobrowitz on 51.38. At the halfway point in this test, and that tricky forward into walk, keeping the horses united as a unit, not drifting off that centre line, nowhere to hide as they proceed forward. Sixes and sevens, 6.5 seems to be in the middle for that at the moment. Poland was actually quite an important nation in the formalising of four-in-hand driving as an FEI sport. It was at that 1968 Bureau meeting when Prince Philip was president, which he was for 22 years, the longest-serving FEI president. Don't forget his daughter, the Princess Royal, Princess Anne, was also president of the FEI at some point. We now have Ingmar de Vos doing a great job leading us all. But Poland, in the early days, they won bronze at a World Championship in 1974. That was in Switzerland, the second World Championship. The Brits won that time with George Bowman and Sir John Miller. Poland also in bronze in Apeldoorn, the Netherlands, another iconic venue in our driving world. They were bronze then. In 1980, in Windsor. Remain a strong nation, very much like Hungary in the horse pairs as well. One-handed movements here. And then the term is reins at will, where they go back into both hands. 64, 65-ish. Didn't get quite such strong marks for movement 14. That's pulled the average down a little bit. Collected trot, reins in one hand, 20-metre half circle right. Back up to 6, 6.5, two 5.5s, and a 6. In the final third of the test, there are 22 movements. Interesting to see how that was going to be marked. That was one of the better rein backs that we've seen. Yes, and the judges in agreement. An 8, if Fion from Yuri Kunat at P, whereas Bert at C gave that a 5.5, but certainly from the camera angle, that looked pretty good from side on. 2 6s, 7. Back onto the 6s and 5.5s for these movements, but one of the better reignbacks that we've seen over the course of these dressage tests. 41 combinations will be competing, spaced out evenly over the 2 days. Each athlete bringing 5 horses with them. The logistics behind it, and especially for Jimmy and Chester, who've had to fly horses there over from Florida and America, New Jersey, where Jimmy's based. You need to be incredibly organised, long lists. Now this is such a tricky movement to score well on. This free walk, you want the frames to extend, the strides to lengthen. Ideally, you want those back legs really coming forward and over tracking, which means that the back end's working well. But as this dressage test has been around for about 10 years or so, I was chatting to one of the judges earlier, Andrew Council, he's not judging here, but he's about to judge in Le Pen for the World Singles in 2 weeks' time. And he was just saying, he's also on the driving committee, that they've just signed off on a new dressage test which will be going live as of next year. And driving has changed in the last 10 years. The emphasis on the training, on what is being rewarded. There's an evolution as we speak. And though that is a salute and the end of a test, final movement, 2 6.5s, 2 6s and a 5. Number 23 in the long list and lines of these numbers for the athlete use of aids and everything. 2 8s, a 7.5, 2 7s and some punchy marks at the end, as they've all got for the general impression and presentation. 2 9s, 2 8.5s and an 8. The placings from the judges, and bearing in mind this is in the context of what happened yesterday. At S, Herman on 148.5. That was the 11th placing for him. Interestingly, Elamar at R, exactly the same mark, 108.5, a 15th for him. And on the same mark for Jiri at P, 148.5. So we've got 3 on exactly the same mark. That's a 15th placing for him. So 2 judges identical on that one. Barry at 146, that's a 16th for him. And the hardest marks from Bert at C, 139.5, a 17th placing for him. And actually entirely appropriate that our judge at C has the say on this, although they're totally evenly balanced, but 17th place for Bert and a 17th place in the positions so far, 62.63. Just have a look at those 3 identical marks from R, S and P. Barry commented yesterday that he and Yuri, who are sitting at V and P, the way the movements are configured, they at best see a side-on view, they rarely get a head-on view. Now hold on to your hats, everybody, because we have somebody who will be expecting great things from this weekend. Current European champion, current World Cup champion. It's Bram Chardon. Absolutely fantastic in the marathon, incredibly strong in the cones, often comes out on top with that, helped enormously by being a regular fixture now on the World Cup circuit. My goodness, it sharpens up, and his very, very famous father. I'll have plenty to say about him later when he's on in the final session. But if ever there was somebody whose background, whose DNA was going to bring them to this point, it is Bram Chardon. The whole family, so talented, so utterly devoted to this sport. Riders, drivers, training, excellence, attention to detail, passion they bring to it, commitment. It really is the full package for the Chardons. Sister Leanne on the back with him. She will be there for all three phases, joined by Camille Pujol. The combination experienced horses. Bram's brought them on for the last few seasons now. Freddie, who's now 14, James Bond, Jantin and Juventus, all 10, all KWPNs, breed that, certainly for the harness horse side of it, the Chardons have been very, very closely associated with. He was fourth individually in Protoni, just missed out on the podium place. His dressage then was a 7th placing for 46.25. He was 10th in the marathon and 1st in the cones. He was the only one in those quite challenging conditions to have a double clear. Let's see how Bram does. There will be many of his fans watching this live from all over the world. Bram Chardon, what can you do today? Ranked number 2 in the world, has achieved so much and still only 31. A champion driver with his pony team as a young man. Trains all over the world. 2 7s, 2 6.5s and a 6 for the entry. Strong, athletic horses. Lots of power through the shoulders. Balanced with the impulsion coming from behind. Aiming for those foreheads to be absolutely on the even, not too far behind the vertical, containing all that power. 7.57s for movement number 2. Movement number 3, improving 3 8s, 2 7s. As you would expect, the extensions will earn the bigger marks. Such dexterity that Bram has. Doesn't require the lightning speed that he does in an obstacle or on those World Cup turns, but a sensitivity, a grace and compliance working absolutely at one with these 4 horses. That's it, 7, 7.5s, 8s. Looking at about 42 at the moment. His score in Exlu for the Europeans last year, where he was 2nd in the dressage. Don't forget, we've got Marika coming later, who is one of the very, very best in this discipline. In Exlu, he was 39.52. In Aachen, a good benchmark for form this year, 4th in the dressage, a 46.45, so similar to the score in Protoni 2 years ago. He was 6th overall. Bram and the family and the horses had to have a big regrouping after their encounter with the water earlier on in the season. Just a most unfortunate incident. Thankfully, everybody emerged fine, but it takes quite something to have the mental strength to put all these setbacks behind you, but Bram is so focused, laser vision that he has when it comes to his driving. Just a bit of a fidget there from one of the wheelers. Just fidgeting that offside wheeler. Yes, and that was reflected in the marks for that movement. A 7 from Barry, but 5.5 times 2 and a 6. The leader stood well. Just a few hops there. We say this so often about Bram, has this advantage. He's very tall, of these long levers in his arms, so he is able to extend his arms, keep those buckles or clamps in his hand, which just means he's able to look at those fingers on the reins, just able to keep that control. Perhaps a little bit early in the transition there. Bit of anticipation. The horses know the test, know the sequence. A 5 from Bert for that. 2 7s, Herman and Barry. Again, it's all about the position of the judges, the angles that they can see. You sense that they're all holding their breath slightly. It's about getting it through, doing the job, staying safe. Not too flamboyant. That will come in the obstacles for Bram. A well-matched, good-looking team, very handsome horses. You just want that left leader just to be forward a little bit. Keep the unit as a good rectangle in the shape. That was nice into M there. That was positive. Clearer transition. That's what you want between these extensions and the collections, and that was rewarded. The judges saw that as well. 7s and 8s. It's the clear transition on the letter, the precision, as much as anything, that will just get these marks a bit higher. Of course, the extensions are strength with this breed and for Bram. And the rein back. Yeah, just the quarters swinging out a bit there. A 6, 7 and 8. 6.5 was Barry's mark at 6. We had quite a good view of just the swinging out a bit there. Forward into the working trot, half loop to E. This is a working trot now, or everyday trot. This is sort of your holding position for the trot. Looking at 44, but that average will come down a bit when we get those final 2 marks for driver and overall impression. They look very toned and fit, in good shape, these horses. Great shape. Ideally, the footfalls in harmony. And harmony is a word that is being used a lot more, both in ridden and in driven dressage. The modern dressage tests that are being rewritten, certainly in British dressage, the judges have had to go through, for the riding side, a whole lot of training so that they're rewarding the harmony, because what is rewarded by the judges, market dictates, is what the drivers will produce. So the judging, not just what happens on the day at a competition, but all these drivers will be aiming for the high marks, the rewards from our 3 or 5 judges, depending on the level of competition. Final movement collection on this last loop round, hit the centre line. And one would expect a lovely extension down the middle, 6s and 7s for that. Movement 21. The free walk, one of the better ones we've seen. Not easy to get right. And a safe test from Bram. Consistent, 6.5s times 2, 3 7.5s. Not too much flair, not too much flamboyance, everything sort of in 5th gear, I felt. But that's probably the brief he's been given from Ad Arts, from his dad, Koos IJsbrand and Bram. We've worked together for many, many years now, and there will be a strategy, not only for their individual placings, but to get this incredible 12th team gold if they can. A 10 from Herman for the general, well, overall impression, 3 9s and a 9.5. So that brings Bram into 2nd place on 43.12. We'll get confirmation of that. Now the marks, this is where it starts to get important. High 170s. When you're talking about the 170s, 180s, perhaps we might even see these totals dipping into the 200s later on today when we've got Chester Boyd and Marika coming. But 176 from Bert, that's a 1st place test for him. Bert thought that was the best test he's seen so far. 3 2nd places at S, V and P. Those marks 171.5, 175.5 and 179. Herman van den Bosch liked that test, but they're 3 2nd places and a 3rd place from Elimar. But a good mark from him nonetheless, 175.5. So there you go. The 2nd placed test. Interestingly, Anna is not on the German team. Both she and Christoph Sandman are competing here as individuals. So Koos, Durand, Bram Chardon, 2 have gone so far, as they have done everything right and put themselves into leading position for the teams. In the meantime, another big hitter for Belgium, and he will be, Glenn puts himself under pressure, he puts absolutely everything into it. Another one of our brilliant next generation drivers for Belgium, the 2nd of their team members to go, currently ranked 9th. We'll be very much hoping that he's going to be back on the World Cup circuit again. Comes from Oostmaal in Belgium, age 35. He was 6th individually in Protoni. He was 12th after the dressage with 51.24. Another one of our marathon specialists. Again, that advantage of being on the World Cup circuit helps no end. He was 5th in the marathon. He was 3rd in the marathon at the European Championships. Good at cones as well. High spot in his driving career was that incredible 3rd in Leipzig in 2022 in the April, when we had that brilliant bumper 4 World Cups in one. We had the jumping final, the dressage final, the vaulting final and the driving, and how much we really enjoyed being with the other disciplines. That was a bit of a regrouping after COVID, and Glenn did everything right over that fantastic weekend to come 3rd and stand on the podium, which he was just so excited about. Had a real, great confidence giver, as if he needs it, coming 1st in Piba Kolflach just a few weeks ago in mid-August. That was a win, beating Boyd into 2nd place. So how lovely to come in knowing that he'd had that win just a couple of weeks ago. 9th in Aachen, 4th at Laden, 6th in Kladruby. 6th in Samur. He was 11th in the dressage at Aachen, 56.30. But already looking to have improved his dressage averages, 46, 47 at the moment, 7, 7.5, 6.5s. He's got Charlotte on the back in all three phases, and then three other grooms, Chris, Rodrigo and Kay, through the different. Will be helping him, Chris on the back there as well. He's another athlete like Bram that has had to come back from a blow when his parents were involved in the lorry accident last year, not long before the Europeans, and Glenn had to draw on all his strength emotionally just to keep it together. It was quite a difficult time. His mum was still in hospital, some quite serious injuries, and obviously Glenn's grandfather was another towering figure in driving, and so it's very much in the family. And he's recovered well this season. And he and his wife Charlotte, they run liveries training, horse and rider. Glenn's a great one to champion the role of the horses. We call the drivers the athletes, but Glenn is the first to say, no, it's all about the horses. They're the ones that do the hard work. And he also says that he feels most at home on the carriage. One of the first important positions in his career was in Tryon, that incredible, for all sorts of reasons, World Equestrian Games 2018. Quite a lot that everybody had to contend with. Extreme weather, all sorts of things, heat, rain, and the team were third then. Also enjoyed lots of success at European Championship level, silvers, bronzes. Never quite on the top spot, very difficult to get past the Dutch and the Germans. They absolutely give it their best. Oh, that's a frustrating break. Nowhere to hide when that happens. Yes, and interesting who saw that. Herman saw that. He's given, yeah, very frustrating there. Whereas for that movement, number 13, lucky or unlucky for some, Herman saw that break, so he gave the 4, whereas Bert and Elamar perhaps didn't. They gave 7s. Another one whose rein handling just seems to come so naturally to him. Very much at one with his horses. Glenn, another fan of the Dutch warm blood. He's done a lot to promote their cause in terms of harness horses, the breeding. Again, lovely markings. Smart big chestnuts with their white legs. Very flashy. Those blazes down the front. Very handsome team. Marks just averages going up a bit in terms of the penalties, down a bit in terms of the marks, but he's got another 8 again. Let's see if he can stay in the 40s. Come on, Glenn. This would be a great test, keeping the 40s for him and for the Belgian team effort. Just want a very distinctive transition there. Ideally, all those 16 feet and legs doing the same thing at the same time. Breathe, Glenn. Stay as relaxed as possible in this walk. Any tension that you have as the driver, particularly in this moment, go straight down those reins. That's when you get the jogging from the horses. Just, oh, Come on, Wheeler, just keep it, keep it. That right wheeler was just offering to trot there. Keep the balance. I don't know if Glenn actually breathed during that moment. Well done, Glenn. Just kept them in the walk. That was good. That was good. Now come on, a nice extension, showy extension to end, turning at A, on the right bend, everybody. At D, XG. That's it, last movement. Get some big marks in. Keep that average down. Yeah, that's it, job done. Job done. He will be in the 40s, great. Good for you, Glenn. These last few marks popping up on the screens. You may be able to access some of this live scoring at home, depending on how and where you're watching it. We've got a 10. That's a good mark from Herman van der Bosch for that final general impression. 8s, 9s, 9.5s. Just need the last 2 marks from our judge at P. 8 for the athlete. 1 more mark, a 9 in. Yep, that was brilliant. That mark shot down on the screen. We were bumping along at 49 for a bit. Looks like we've got a 46.59. Now, Bert really enjoyed that test. That, for him, was a second-place test on 173. We have 2 judges making that their third-place test. At V, Barry had that on 163.5. Yuri had that at 168. But we've got 3 of our judges in the 170s, which is key. That helped, that pushed things up a bit. 2 fourths, Elimar on 170.5, just dipping in over that particular precipice. It does make a difference if you can average out in the 170s. And 175.5, that's a 4th placing from Herman, who awarded that 10. Great test from Glenn Gertz, well done to him. He and Bram have known each other for a long, long time. It was easy following on from each other. The soloist Erdball, Gigolo and Haven Meester. 4 used, confirmation there for you, 46.71. That pushes Christoph Sandman down a notch. One of the best marks for Glenn. Now we move to a completely different time zone, and I'm sure there's lots of you tuning in from Queensland even, which is where our next gentleman originates from. Tor van den Berg. The surname gives it away. He did have a Dutch father, but although he's based in Holland now, he does spend as much time as possible back in Australia. And this is a really lovely story behind this team. 2 of the horses are 12-year-old Dutch warm blood mares that were bred by Ross and Miriam Carberry in Australia. There you can see Boyd. Obviously, he and Tor are forming the Australian team, working closely together. Boyd, he really is the hardest working man in driving, training, performing himself, driving. He was out late in the obstacles last night, going around them with Zoltan Lazar. He just doesn't stop, ever. But Miriam and Ross, who have been really invested in the breeding, they were the first to have a Dutch harness horse stallion, the warm blood, in Australia. The mares are 12 now. Carberry Estate Cato and Carberry Estate Chino. And it's fulfilling their dream. Their dream, the Carberries, was to have their horses, and there's Granny Garnet, hi Sarah, on the world stage. And it was Tor's dream to be able to drive at this level, and he's done incredibly well. He came over to Europe actually not long before COVID with great dreams and plans himself, and then obviously for 2 years everything was put it into a bit of a hold. There we go, all the team that are absolutely on the Australian crew. And And Tor is such a talented horseman and trainer himself, has ridden to the very highest levels, well known as a Grand Prix dressage rider. He's got an impressive record for FEI dressage as well, and loves bringing on horses. But testament to his talent and commitment and work that he's up here at World Championship level, forming a team with Boyd. One of the Carberry horses here, Kato, she'll be out there for the marathon and the cones. Chino used in all 3 phases. We've got Indiana, also Dutch, warm blood breeding, Gbert and Kerosene, aged between 9 and 12. So still got a long career ahead of them in terms of the ages that we see the driving horses keeping going until. Tor van den Berg, driving for Australia, based in Holland, fulfilling dreams here in Hungary. His wife Melissa, who is equally talented around the horses. She's on the carriage in all 3 phases. We've got Katarina on for the dressage and cones, and Hans, who I think is actually one of the gentlemen that's involved in the horses and the breeding as well, is on for the marathon. Looking at 47s at the moment. Marks 7, 6.5s and 8 from Bert for the collected trot. You like that? 7, 7.5s. The Australians do have dreams and aspirations of being on the podium with the team. This team competition is very, very close this year. The Hungarians would love to be back there again. The Dutch as strong as ever. The Germans with their discipline and the training, and what a great squad they've brought here. They have just as good a chance to be up on top as well. No stone unturned, nothing left to chance. Look at those shoulders, particularly on that right-hand lead horse. What a lot of power and action coming from there. Relatively wide in the chest for this breed, and I think the eye tends to go to him because of those quite pronounced white stockings over the knees. 7.5, 7, 6.5, 7s. Tor's one of the few drivers, and this is something that Ross and Miriam were particularly proud about, that he has worked with the same group of horses since he started on this driving journey. He's had to train, adapt them, adapt himself to their different personalities, their strengths, their not so strong points, and he's stuck with them and they've stuck with him. That was good on the corner there, nice and supple, all bending into. You don't want them leaning over because then they become too balanced. Just bending nicely through the body, not just through the head and neck. It has to be all the way through, which means that they're engaging that inside hind leg more. This is where there'll be all sorts of lateral movement training, be it shoulder ins, and I dare say Tor does some ridden dressage, high dressage with these horses, and it just keeps those legs doing the right thing at the right moment. They do have to work a little bit independently, particularly on those smaller circles and the turns when you want that horse powering off from that inside hind leg. And then you're able to balance, then you're able to show the strength and the suppleness. sitting at 48 to 49 at the moment. It would be quite an achievement if he could stay in the 40s. His dressage in Aachen, where he was 21st, that was 55.84. So already the average is looking good. Just bobbing along at about 49 at the moment. So just arranging the reins in his hand. Don't forget he's come to driving a little bit more recently, although he did an awful lot in Australia. That sort of instinctive placement of the hands and knowing where everything should be in your hands at any one time. It's either learned or instinct, or a bit of both. It's a pretty picture coming around there. Just perhaps want a little bit more evenness in the heads from his wheelers. Back, back, back. A little bit rushed, but not too bad on the straight lines. You can see that in the sand. Good pictures there of the pedals at work. Those are the front and rear brakes. Very even marking across the test. This is very, very consistent from Tour. 6.57s, the odd 8. There hasn't been a bogey movement at all so far for him. Very, very consistent. Great job so far for him. For Australia. Again, hoping that all 4 horses perform the transition while going forward. You want it always to be forward, particularly coming perhaps down from walk to trot. You don't want to feel that they're going backwards. Impulsion all the way through. He's taken a slightly different line, telltale in the sands there, from where the wheels are, but he's got 2 more movements, 7s and 7.5 to 6.5 for that. Using buckles on his reins. Full collars, the traditional, we call it English, I'll say it as a Scot-British harness. Onto that centre line, and one would expect, that's it, go on tall, let them out, that's it. Look at those leaders go, well done, well done. Some lovely magic moments of being in sequence there. Should stay in the 40s. Fabulous, well done Tor van der Burch, that's a really good test, and that smile says it all, brilliant, brilliant. He's getting 3 7s and 2 7.5s for that last extension, but some good marks for his driving. That's really heartening for him. Well done. A 9, just waiting for these final marks to come in. He's got a 10 from Barry Capstick for that general impression, that final mark. 3 9s so far, just waiting for 2 more marks to come in from the box at P. Now, LMR, interestingly, not so struck with that test. For him, that was 160. Now, this has divided the judges a little bit, despite the consistency of the marks, but it's all about the averages. So we have 2 seconds placings. Wow. Congratulations to Tor. In the company he's in, 2 second placings so far. So Barry Capstick really liked that. That was 171.5 for him. And Bert Jambon also really liked that, 173.5, 2 second placings, incredible. And 9th at R, 160 from LMR. This is dividing the judges a bit. a 5th at 175 from Herman van den Bosch, and a 6th at 165. So we've got 2 in the 160s. Confirmation there for you, 165.5 at P. So a 5th, a 6th, a 9th, and 2 seconds. Interesting. But that at the moment, 47.38 puts him into 5th position. So he's just slotted in above Joseph Dobrowitz, Kusterond, and Michael Brockler.
All top 10 finishers, winning bronze medal in the team driving event.
Anna, at the moment, for Germany, is an individual holding on to her first place spot. We haven't had a test in the 30s yet, 40.99. Bram Chardon sitting there, good score for him, 43.12, and Glenn Geertz in the third, 46.25. Everyone, as one would expect, bringing out their A games, and another one with team and individual expectations. And he's having a cracking time at the moment. George von Steen, Eschweiler in Germany. Lives quite near to his great friend Rennie Honsgen, who also driving individually for Germany. George was on the World Cup circuit last year, driving on the team. He wasn't on the team in Europe. Oh, a glimpse of those gorgeous Kladruber stallions. Can't wait to see them. Those handsome grey boys coming in soon. But we will be concentrating for the next 12 minutes and expecting another good mark from one of the most experienced drivers here at the weekend. We're on Friday already. Had a great Aachen. It remains an iconic event across all the horse disciplines. He's been on a gold medal winning team in Germany for the Europeans, also silvers, Budapest and Göteborg. Silver medal winning team at the last World Championship in Pretoni and at Riesenbeck. Bronze medal winning team in Breda. That brings a huge amount of match practice, skill, exposure to these high-level competitions. All being well, his ranking is great in terms of his position in the World Cup. For the forthcoming season, we get going in Lyon in early November. 6s, 7s, and an 8 so far, bobbing along at 48. Darko, we've got who's aged 10, who's in all 3 phases. Giada Del Viro, and that's a bit of a giveaway for another important stallion in the breeding of the KWPNs. Javiro and Jerko, all 10-year-olds. So how lovely to have a team producing a mature performance such as this, age 10. They've got great futures. George is another one who, if you go back through the biographies of the horses themselves, quite a lot of other drivers have horses that he's perhaps owned or driven at some point. In the food business as well, at the other end, restaurateur and butcher. A bit like Rene, looking after people. Luke coming up there. Plenty of bounce about this test, elevation. Averaging at 46, marks improving a little bit as time goes on. They just look like they're working well together. They're happy horses. Got lots to like about it. He's another one that's always good on the marathon, really goes for it, courageous driver. I think that's the command for don't move, shush, by the looks of things. 8 seconds, yeah, don't want too much of a fidget, just a tiny movement, but at the halfway point in the test, 6 is 6.5 is 7 for that. Looks like he was pushing his specs back up his nose there. It is hot out there, hot, hot, hot. Especially if you're wearing your smart jacket and a top hat. Those quarter markings glistening beautifully in this mid-morning sunshine. Svilvasvarad, such an important, such a famous venue. The state stud farm for Hungary. We're quite north in terms of the geography of where we are. About 100 miles from Budapest. The roads were very good coming up here from the airport, and then we snaked up the mountains. Lots of wildlife around us here. Absolutely beautiful setting. So much activity going on beyond where the cameras are filming. All round those walls, we're right in the heart of the town, and there's shops and food stalls and people and bars and ticket sales. It's really, really buzzing. I hope that atmosphere is being conveyed here on the screen, because it's just so exciting. There's a stylishness and a flamboyance to it all, which really reflects the place of driving for this nation. But a great test for George von Stein. 47 we are at the moment, sort of 6s, 7s, and 8, the odd 8s. Won't be troubling the top 3 at the moment, but you never know. You never know. Glenn's sitting there on 46.38. Bram is on 43.12. Yes, may end up being there or thereabouts. That was a pretty good rein back. An 8 from Jury at P for that. Let's see where the others are. A 6 from Elimar. Just waiting for Barry's mark for that. 7s for the next movement. One-handed circle we're on to now. Do you want that's well done? Oh dear, I was just saying they were just on the cusp of producing a very, very good extension from those wheel horses. They were absolutely just on that point of it being very good, and then you get the break, and that's the difficulty, is just on the edge where you get the brilliance, is that they can just heat up too much and end up going on into the canter, which you just saw there. Have a look if you can, if we get the camera angle onto it, onto those loops on the sides of the Wheeler Hames. Again, another sort of elongated rectangular shape, which is holding the reins. You don't always have the leader reins. That's quite unusual to have them going through that top loop. Normally on traditional harness, you just have the wheeler reins being held or placed through those loops, but that's an interesting setup there. Yeah, pretty square on as they were coming back there. That was a good shot. They were in alignment. Not that the judges can necessarily see that. We get a much better view of the end of that movement than they do. 49, yeah, that movement 21 didn't go so well for him. That's the free walk. They didn't really relax and extend their frames, and he'll be nervous about really pushing them on for this extension, just in case we have that break again. But he does have good extension in his wheelers, and he's held it together for that last movement. Good test from him, another solid one in terms of the team effort. The mark coming down a bit on the screen as those final marks come in. 8s, 8.5s, 9s for the athlete, 4 9s and a 9.5 for the general impression. Oh, it's going to be 46, 47. Oh, he's just touched into the 47s. So he slots in above Tor van den Berg, who's now in 6th, stays behind Christoph. Looked for a moment like he might be near Glenn in 3rd, but yeah, just that walk movement, that's a bit of a bogey movement for them. And I had the same yesterday. Is keeping everyone walking, making it businesslike, but extending and relaxing. It's a lot to ask for. So following the patterns of that, for Jiri Kunat at P, that was his 3rd place test on 172.5. We had 2 4th positions from LMR, 172 for him. Harder from Barry in terms of the marks, 165.5. He marked that the lowest of anyone, but it's still a 4th position for him. It's all relative. A 5th on 170, dipping into that sort of purple patch of 70, which is what they want from Jambon. There you can see them. And 172, good marks from LMR, but that's a 4th for him, which at the moment pops him into 5th. So we've got this sort of rolling tally for the teams. Netherlands sitting in front after Bram and Koos have gone there on a joint combined score of 95.03. Germany 99.88 after George and Rockler have been, but don't forget Marijke's still to come. Marijke will absolutely do wonders for their dressage, could well put them into 1st place overnight after the dressage. That would be the expectation. That's probably the brief beforehand. Belgium doing everything right. Tom Stockmans and Glenn Geert's gone for them there, sitting on 105.81. Hungary with the Dobrovitzes, great for them, 108.82. Wouldn't have expectations of being any higher at this stage. We've got Zoltan Lazar to come. And France in 5th. These nations all with 2 drivers having gone there on 115.20 after Maxime and Benjamin have been. Australia, USA, Romania, Poland and Czech Republic all have 1 drive so far. But talking of which, next in for the Czech Republic, these handsome, majestic horses from the Kladruby stud. Jiří Nešvasil, Generalissimus, Generale, Rudolfo. 3 stallions and a gelding, 2 8-year-olds, 10 and 12. They have such presence. And if you want to view more of them on the screen, and why wouldn't you want to? There's a wonderful feature about them on the FEI TV series Ride. It is available online. We did feature on it, those of us that are involved in the Royal Windsor Horse Show this year, and they've just included a bit about some Hackney breeders and exhibitors in England. But in this particular series, they did film a slot at the stud in the Czech Republic, not far from Prague. Look at those crests on the stallions. And they're very distinctive Roman noses. They do have connections in their bloodlines, breeding heritage to the Lipizzaners. And the greys, they come in grey and black. The greys were bred for use at the imperial court, riding and driving horses. How are the marks looking? 6s, 6.5, 7s, looking in the mid-50s at the moment. Sevens there from the judges for movement 7. He's got Katerina on the carriage and Teresa for the dressage and cones, Roman on with Katerina. The role of the grooms really being promoted by the FEI, that they have their own grooms association representation, and rightly so. Very much a team effort. We talk about the team of 4 horses, but the team of grooms are equally important, and their role widely acknowledged. We have awards for them at the end of the year as well with the FEI. They are quite a rare breed, only probably about 1,500 in existence, considered to be one of the oldest breeds in the world, date back to the late 1580s, a bit like the Lipizzaners. We had the Habsburg Emperor Rudolf II. He founded the national stud at Kladruber. And Iri has worked there for over 20 years. The breeding was streamlined over the years to make sure they either came out in the black or the grey. The greys, as I said earlier, used in the imperial courts, blacks for church ceremonials. And this is a reality of what happened to a lot of horses with the various politics that went on, particularly in this part of the world, and warfare. In the 20th century, the blacks were sold for meat after the collapse of the Habsburg Empire, so they became very rare. So all credit to the passionate few and keeping breeding programs going behind the Iron Curtain because of, gosh, the imperialistic association with what went before. It wasn't easy. And so what you see before you is the product of dedication, of knowledge, of people who were devoted to keeping these breeds going and the survival. And it's fantastic in driving that we are able to showcase living history with a breed like the Kladrubers. And don't they present not only a handsome picture, of course they do, but just the toning in of the navy uniform and carriage. He's one of our lovely drivers. He drives professionally and trains. This is what he does, and he sits there very quietly, very harmoniously with his horses. It's a nudge, keeping them on point with the aid of the whip. Very accurate. He's not going to score the big marks. You don't have the range of movement, but you do have one of the best pictures you will ever see in driving. And they are big horses, deep shoulders. Still running along at about the mid-50s. Yeah, a little bit of a kink on that rein back. A bit like the free walk, very hard to get it absolutely right. Oh, enjoy that sight. The Roman nose, quite associated with the Lipizzaner as well, but far more pronounced on the Kladrubers. And they have a lovely nature, these horses. The gentlemen of the horse world, if they're the boys. Just a little jog there on the turn from the outside wheeler. What you really want is, instead of him jogging to keep up with his mates, you want a bit of lengthening through the stride. He's one whose buckles have gone in front. Got a good straight line in there as they reunite themselves with the side of the arena. In the final movements for Yuri Nesvachil Jr., his father also with the same name. And they've competed together on the teams, the father and the two sons, brothers. We'll have Radek later on. Oh, well done, wheelers. That was a pretty moment there. Yuri Nesvachil for the Czech Republic, the second of their drivers. And one more to go in this opening morning session, day 2 in Bilbasvarad in northern Hungary. And there's lots of whistling and clapping and whooping going on from the crowd, as one would expect in this part of the world. They've brought their fans with them, rightly so. Do take a look at that film on FEI TV, the Ride one, that was filmed at the stud where these beautiful horses are based. Confirmation of a final score, 54.57. That pops him into 10th. A 7th, a 9th, a 10th, an 11th and a 13th from our judges. We had 154.5, 155.5, 158.5 and 2 in the 160s. But for him that was a 7th place test, 162.5 for Elimar, 160.5, that was 10th for him. It will be interesting to see in terms of the new dressage test, where it's going to be about harmony, training, the evolution of how dressage is judged and rewarded, where the likes of those Kladrubers marks will go in relation to the sort of generosity and flamboyance of the movement of some of these big stepping Dutch horses. It will be interesting if you follow these sorts of things. So that was an improvement on his dressage from Aachen, which was 57.77, and a slight improvement on his dressage from Bretoni, which was 55.64. So, job done for him. And this is another gentleman who is very well known at FEI World Cup driving events.
Looking forward
As the circuit moves indoors, Jerome Boutas
Switzerland, the only one in the field for
with
this
his
nation.
Swiss horses.
Beforehand,
Switzerland,
team of
another
horses,
nation that has
new
figured
Luna
very prominently in the past. They actually did very well in the World Pairs last year, but they were
the 9-year-old gelding and their driver.
silver medalists behind Great Britain in 1972 in Munster, when we had 18 competitors from 7 nations for the very first formal World Championship. Germany were third there. Produced the famous Auguste Dubé. Actually worked in the military, was a great trainer of horses, wrote a very interesting book about driving and training if you're curious about these sorts of things. So they figured prominently in the early days, and of course Switzerland, the home of the FEI. That's where the engine is behind all these many, many competitions across their equestrian disciplines. In comes Jerome. He's a car mechanic by day, age 45, currently ranked 15th. So it remains to be seen if he is with the World Cup this year. Let's just see what happens at the end of the outdoor season. A mixture of mares and geldings. He's had some younger horses. He's got a 7-year-old in here who is Non-Stop du Paddock. It's a rhyming name, quite poetic. Valerio, who's a 9-year-old gelding. Leon, a 13-year-old. And the grande dame of the team is Lune de la Vielle Fontaine. She is a 15-year-old mare, so she'll be keeping all the boys in check. 6s and 6.5s for his first 2 movements. A little bit better for number 3. He's one that you watch on the marathons because of his long World Cup experience. Again, he's another one who rises up through the placings after a marathon. He was 5th at the World Equestrian Games in Tryon in 2018. It was a good high placing for him. 2nd when we get onto the World Cup in 2017 and 18, with finals in Gothenburg in Sweden, then in Bordeaux, which really is the venue that we tend to associate these days with the final of the World Cup. Been 4th a few times as well, but that 5th in America. Just sort of lacking the elasticity and the suspension and the lightness of touch, which is what the grace perhaps that is what is rewarded. But they will absolutely find their 6th gear when they're out on the marathon on Saturday. An early look at the obstacles. I went for a sunset walk last night. They look incredible. Really, really looking forward to sharing the marathon action with you then. The sculptures, there's heads, there's chariots, there's full-size everything out there. Absolutely incredible dressing on the obstacles. Flags everywhere that list the event, the World Championship event, and who were team gold and who was individual gold. So can't wait to share that with you. It's going to be really exciting. .57, we're still 6.5, that's the predominant mark, 6 to 6.5, 7s. Who's judging this the most generously at the moment? They're all in the 60s, from 63 to 67 at the moment, so yeah, in agreement. Oh, we've had an 8 from Barry. He rewarded that halt. 2 7.5s and a 7. So interestingly, for a very speedy, fast team, it's actually the halt that's earned them the highest mark so far. Don't you just love how the patterns come? Watching 2 days of world-class four-in-hand dressage. Just glancing across to the stadium there, plenty of people. It's expected it will be completely full for the cones on Sunday. Obviously Friday's still a working day, but we've got plenty of people here already, even more than yesterday. The school children were out in the town first thing. They go for an early morning run. It's still quite warm, but before the main heat of the day. It was great seeing them out. Life all around beyond the walls of this big complex. So a mixture of horses that Jerome uses on the indoor circuit and outdoors here. Just shows how adaptable the horses are. In an ideal world, most drivers competing at that level do tend to have separate teams favouring the Lipizzaners for the indoors. But a few of them, I think De Greek was saying he's got one horse here for the World Championship that he uses on the World Cup as well. And looking forward to his dressage. Also looking forward to Dries de Greek through the marathon obstacles. He's always very good then. He comes in our final session this afternoon. Now the rein back for our sole representative from Switzerland. Wheels were very straight. The horses were a little bit on an angle, but actually the carriage stayed straight. So where are the marks going to be for that? A 7.5, two 7.5s. Those will be the judges that saw the straightness of the carriage. A 5.5, he was perhaps looking at the horses, a 5 and a 6. Look at that lovely archway. It's an inflatable archway as they come into the arena. And the distinctive purple, gold and white colour scheme for the FEI. There's a ponyish quality to these horses, certainly in their conformation, but just in their strides and their attitude. Quite bustly, look like they want to get on with the job. That's why they do so well on those short courses inside. The two grooms sitting behind him, that's the crew on all three phases. Nicole Bézieux and Philippe Généré. Not allowed to move a muscle from behind them. Well, they can smile. Nicole is smiling behind him. Obviously, she feels the horses are going well, and it's all going well. Now, the grooms really come into their own on the marathon when they're navigating, when they're shifting around, keeping the carriage upright, working turntable brakes, torque, whatever they do. It's a really, really important and busy job on the marathon. But they have to sit there very, very quietly, like ventriloquists, whatever they may be saying or doing, not a movement. Good halt at the end. That was a very established halt at the end. That got a 7 from Piri and some 8s coming out for the driver. Looks like we're going to be in the mid-50s for the total, which would be spot on. An improvement actually on Arkan and Pratoni. Just wait for 2 more scores to come in. 8, 7.5, 9 for the general impression. Looking like high 150s, 161 from LMR for him. Round about 9th, 10th in the placings. Marks coming down a bit, dipping into the low 50s, 53.71. So that's a 10th placing for Jerome Vutaz, and for him, one would imagine a really good dressage, great score for him. He will come into his own in the marathon and also solid in the cones. An 8th from Jiri Kunat at P, 2 9ths, 157, 161, gave a 9th from Elimar and Barry, and 10ths from Bert and Herman at C and S with 159.5 and 156.5. So, yeah, they were pretty much in accordance with each other. Confirmation, 53.71, 10th place for our Swiss driver, Jerome Vutaz. So that rounds off the opening session here in Svilvasvarad. And it's all gone according to plan. Some very good marks. Anna Sandman at the moment holding on to her first place, but that won't last forever because look who we've got coming next. Chester Webber, Zoltan Lazar, Frederick Persson has to be counted into the mix in the dressage. He's getting better and better. He has been on medal-winning teams in the past, took a bit of a break, bought some horses over from America and has been doing great things in the dressage, being trained at the moment by Michael Freund. That's another big name. We have plenty of them here. Luca Casanata, he's coming in as well for Italy. Edwin van der Graaf for the Netherlands will be starting, and Janos Papp driving the wonderful Nonius horses. Anthony Ord, the final of the French team. So come back in just under half an hour, 11:50 local time, and we will be bringing you the next session of dressage here in this gorgeous arena. We're bringing you the broadcast from that pointed wooden tower just to the right of the entrance, and wonderful camera shots from the crew on the ground. It won't be long before the arena party come in and just smooth out the surface. You can see that the warm-up arena, the water being sprayed out across there just to keep it going as good as possible, reduce any dust. But everybody who's come to watch at the moment is sitting where they've got the shelter and a bit of shade there from the sun because it's hot already. A tiny breeze, but not much. So we're going to take a break for the next 20 minutes or so, and then please come back for what promises to be a very, very special late morning session. See you soon.
És ami fontos lehet a lovasoknak, fogadhajtóknak, hogy 3,5 tonna a vontatási kapacitása ennek az autónak, tehát nem csak kettes utánfutók lehet vele húzni, hanem akár a nagyobb súlyokkal is megbízni, 3-as és 4 lovas utánfutó is könnyedén utána akasztható ennek az autónak. Idánszos kollégákból említették, benzines és dízel változatban is elérhető. 260 és 240 lóerő körül mozog a teljesítménye a benzines és a dízel változatnak. Most ebben a szünetben pedig javaslom mindenkinek, hogy frissüljön fel, iratkozzon fel a tesztvezetésre, és várjunk majd vissza mindenkit 11 óra 50 perckor. És várjunk majd mindenkit este 7 órakor a udvari gálára, egy gyönyörű lovas revő itt a Kukicai Lovas Központban, a kihagyás után, tehát majd este 7-kor.
everybody, welcome back to Silvasporát for another part of second Dressage Day here in Hungary at the Ineos Grenadier FEI Driving World Championship. So we would continue with the second part, a few more minutes until we end up with the first break in today's schedule, and the first one to go after the break, that would be Edwin van den Graaf, the driver representing Netherlands, but this particular rider is gonna start and compete for himself, like individually, in this year's World Championship. So the current standings, still in the lead from yesterday's first opening day. Anna Sandman, the best scorer at the moment, is 40.99 penalty points. Then the second best after and behind Anna Sandman, there's Prem Schatel, the team member of Netherlands, 43.12. That's playing for Belgian driver Glenn Gerrits, another team member of Belgium. It's 46.38 penalty points. And in the top 5 right now, after dressage test, it's Christoph Sandman 4th and 5th, Georg von Stein, also the German team member. In the team competition, there we have Netherlands in the lead, the favorites here in Hungary. Second for Germany at the moment, 99.88, Belgium, Hungary, France and Czech Republic out the 2 scoring in today's and yesterday's dressage test. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We would continue shortly in about 5 minutes to see other best race drivers in the World FEI ranking here in Hungary.
Hölgyeim és uraim, a szünet után visszatérő 5 perc múlva folytatjuk a díjhajtást. Edwin van den Graaf holland versenyző érkezik, majd utána Frederik Persson, Pap János Magyarország, Olaszországból Lukács, utána Chester Weber az Egyesült Államokból, Anthony Ordén Franciaországból és Lázár Zoltán Magyarország. Ez a következő a nap is utána, majd ez egy hosszabb szünet, és utána látunk még 7 versenyzőt. Itt a 2024-es Ineos Grenadier FEI 4-es fogathajtó világbajnokságon Szilvásváradon, a Licai Lovas Központban. Az élen továbbra Jonathan 40-99-szel, Bram Sárló a második 43-12-vel, Glenn Gerrits most a harmadik helyen 46-38-al. Az eddigi legjobb magyar teljesítmény Dobrovic József szállította 51-38, és Dobrovic József a magyar csapattagja, ifjabb Dobrovic Józseffel és Lázár Zoltánnal egyetemben. A csapatok 3 főből állnak, és 2 eredmény számít majd, a legrosszabb eredmény kiesik. De vannak olyan csapatok is.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope
Welcome back. We hope you've enjoyed the break. Lady coming up the stairs right under our camera there. So far,
jury boxes at the latest
the leader has stayed in place, but look who's coming next. Frederick Persson, Chester Webber, Zoltan Lazar. We hope you are sitting tightly wherever in the world you are. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to Hungary. Welcome to Stil Vas Varad. There's a fair amount of chat going on behind the scenes over your commentator's pronunciation of the Hungarian and Czech names. Warming up 26 degrees Celsius at the moment here in Stil Vas Varad. I've also been informed during the break that it actually stands, the name of the town and the stud stands for Plum Castle, which would be a whole lot easier to get one's mouth around. But there is no castle here, evidently, and nobody's quite sure about the origins of the plums. But as an area of outstanding natural beauty, with these gorgeous Buk mountains around us, it's an area that's evidently very much associated with the trout, the fish, which is freshwater fish. So some of us are going to try and sample that local delicacy a bit later. The tower above. Oh, fantastic stadium and setting for this, the 26th FEI Driving World Championship, coming home to Hungary. And the whole place, from the obstacles to the flags here to what's going on just out of shot, it really is a gold, platinum, diamond standard event. Everything that could be done to make it brilliant, from the surfaces to the setups to the facilities, absolutely spot on. So congratulations to the big and very hard-working team who, right until we went live, wires being laid, cameras being put in place, there's so much that goes on, not just to stage the event, but to share it with you around the world. Opening our penultimate dressage session here in the sunshine. Although there is quite a nice breeze out there. It's been lovely. If you stand in the right spot, you can get just a bit of a cooling breeze. For the Netherlands, another nation that has, of course, a very strong squad here. Edwin van der Graaf. He's got Anne and Roos with him on the carriage. He'll have Piet and Sem for the marathon, and Roos and Demi. So he's got a big crew with him for the cones. 3 of his 5 horses are doing all 3 phases. Today he has the 18-year-old Bel Campo. He's got a 14-year-old Freedom, Stallion and Gelding, 8-year-old Lorenzo, and 8-year-old Lucky Ari. And again, pay a little bit of attention if you are interested in the bloodlines, the breeding. We've got Mano bloodlines. Looks like Lorenzo might be from the Boyd Excel camp, driven by Owen Pilling, if you're listening. Lucky Ari also connected to Boyd's sire, Sir Ari, grandsire Plains Liberator. Great grandsire on Dam's side, Mano. Wow. Tremendous bloodlines for some of these 4 horses in terms of top-end athletic harness horses, which have been, through the generations, produced exactly for these 3-phase competitions. Quite something to get 4 personalities, 4 horses to work together. That's probably one of the very biggest elements in this particular sport, which we often say in driving was slightly founded back to front. We started with 4-in-hands. And of course, the tradition of 4-in-hand driving, no greater anywhere in the world than here in Hungary. A lot of other nations, Great Britain being one of them, we start with the single horses. And Hungary's very early success in 4-in-hand driving and ongoing in pair driving, this part of the world in particular, produces some of the very, very best horse pair drivers we've got. But don't forget, they've got tremendous talent coming up through pony teams and the young drivers. Now we have all these different world championships. But all started with the horse four in hands in the early 1970s, because that's what was being driven in Europe. So all sixes for the first movement from our judges. They were in total agreement with that one for Edwin. We've got a few 7.5s, but round about 6 averaging for that. He owns stables with Anne van Dyck. The riding school have over 60 horses on the coast near the beach. He used to work at the Royal Stables in the Hague. Been driving since 1992. So one of our more experienced drivers, or certainly been driving for a very long time. We've got lots of experienced drivers here. But Edwin, an all-round horseman as well. Relatively fine in their build. Good strong legs on some of them though. A little bit narrower on that left side leader in his type. That's fine as long as he does the job. They come in all shapes and sizes. Got a little bit hollow in the walk. You really want the heads going down and forward. The wheelers are doing a little bit better than the leaders. They've just gone a little bit up, not getting the length in their stride. Yeah, too much of a hop in that transition. You just want a gentle but clean strike off, but fallen into sequence, into pace well. The judges spotted that. 5s, 5.56s. He's averaging 60 at the moment. Competed at the 2016 World Championship in Breda in the Netherlands, and to date has been in 3 four-in-hand European Championships in Germany, in Budapest here in Hungary 3 years ago, and last autumn, exactly a year ago, in Aix-les-Loups, where he was 19th. Came over to England for our premier outdoor horse show, the Royal Windsor Horse Show. And really, as far as settings go for a horse event, it doesn't get much better than Royal Windsor. We do have this wonderful backdrop of the castle. It's truly a magical place. So great to have Edwin competing in England. It really has been made terribly difficult for the drivers, certainly the British drivers, to come over to continental Europe because of the paperwork and the eye-watering costs involved in transporting the horses, the vet checks, the paperwork. Brexit, whether you believed in it or not, has done horse sport absolutely no favours at all from the British perspective, and it's a shame considering our enormous input and involvement, not just through Prince Philip but in terms of team medals, George Bowman over the years, Karen and Pippa Bassett. We've had some great drivers, and it's just a shame. And Dan Naprusi, who does so well, competes at Aachen and was at the Europeans last year. Wilf Bowman Ripley. It would have been great if we could have had a team over here, but it's just made very difficult by the political changes in recent years. And it also makes it difficult for the continental European drivers to come over to our events. And although we have several international events in the British Isles, on the British Isles, really Windsor's the only one where there's financial assistance and they can afford to bring the big names over. Chester regularly competes there, Boyd. The Chardons, Eisbrand's been a regular there for many years. Cousteronde, Glen. And of course, London is one of the main stops just before Christmas, after the Geneva Christmas show as well, where we have the World Cup qualifying round. So Edwin, averaging 62 at the moment. There were a few 2-4s in movement number 17. So yeah, just that one that's quite difficult to get the rein back, and then the walk. This one, oh yeah, just he's hopping a bit today, just a little bit exuberance going forward into his transitions. The left side leader there. It doesn't matter how well the other three are going, even if they're in harmony, if you've just got one who's kind of got their own agenda, it just detracts from the skill of the others. But anyway, a nice flourish. These lithe horses down the centre line, and what was that marked? 6.5. So he'll likely to stay in the 60s, even as those last two sets of marks come in. 7s and 8s for him, and 8.5 from Barry Capstick. 3 8.5s and 2 8s. So not quite out of the 60s. Looks like it's going to be around about 61, just waiting final confirmation. Again, judges, patterns in the scorings. Low 140s for Bert and Herman, C and S. 151 for Elimar. That was a 17th position, into the 20s for some of the other judges. Yuri Kunat rewarded that in terms of what's gone before. That was a 15th placing for him on 154. Didn't impress Herman van der Bosch so much, 142, but a 24th for him, Bert 23rd for him. And that gives a final total of 61.43 for a 21st position for Edwin van der Graaf here with the Dutch squad, but driving as an individual. There you are on your screens, 61.43 and 21st position. Coming into view for you from the warm-up arena, this is Fredrik Persson for Sweden, another nation who were very important in those early days of the four-in-hand driving. The Paulsons, Thomas Eriksson, big names. They were gold medalists at the World Equestrian Games in Stockholm in 1990. They took bronze at the Protoni in 1998, another World Equestrian Games. And gold again in Wolfsburg in 2000. Really one of the first nations to champion the training of the horses, when there was a sense that the dressage element was becoming more and more important, when previously it was very much about what happened on the marathon. But Fredrik was actually on that gold medal winning team in 2000. So here we are 24 years later. He was quite a young man then, and he beat his trainer on that occasion, Michael Freund, who was in the German team. They were in bronze position So how interesting is that, that here's Frederick still competing. Michael hasn't competed for some years now, but he's doing more training. This was a team that first came to prominence once Frederick got back on to the circuit again in Protoni. His dressage score that day was 49.98, which was good enough for 11th position, and an improvement in his position. The mark was pretty much the same, 48.31 at last year's Europeans. He was 5th after the dressage, 4th after the cones. Marathon was a 20th place, so he was 12th in Europe, 15th in Protoni 2 years ago. Been a Swiss champion on many occasions. Started driving with the team in 1996 and has been a regular team member since then. Went straight on to their international team. The team was 4th here in Hungary in Kecskemét in 2004, and he has, on occasion, been at the World Cups as well. Certainly comes in as one of the wild card entries when the events are held in Stockholm. It's one of the earlier ones. Now, where are we on the marks? Lots of 7s, a few 6.5s and 8. Running total about 48 at the moment, which is pretty much where he's been for the last couple of years. Key to him being back and doing so well in this part of his competitive career are the 3 American-bred horses that he bought and brought over to Sweden. Judson, Captain and Kermit, 2 10-year-olds and a 9-year-old gelding of American breeding, and then completing the squad of 5 at 14. There's Fasco, who's a Dutch warm blood, as is Hertog Jan at 12. And he's mixing around the horses. He's using 2 of them. Kermit and Fasco will be used in all 3 phases, otherwise he's chopping them in a little bit. Improving as time goes on, a few more 7.5s at the odd 8. So the penalty average coming down a bit. Is he going to be in the 170s as a total from the judge? There might be an expectation that he is, or a hope that he is. Yeah, those buckles have gone in front of him, so we're just holding those reins there. And then must be sort of between 1 and 2 feet in old language, that with a big horse 4 that comes forward in the hands. He used to say that the weight in the hand from the mouth if a team wasn't pulling was about 7 pounds per horse. So those are in the days when these 4 horses were out on the road pulling coaches and working commercially. Now, nowadays, with the training and with this very different approach to the production of sport horses, you would hope that they're considerably lighter in the hand. Actually, the sorts of bits that are being used haven't changed enormously. The Liverpool bit, which is, and variations thereof, would be the one that you see most commonly across the board in all areas of driving. Advantageous because of the different fittings and therefore the different actions that you get on not just the mouth but the whole of the head, depending on the position of the curb chain. So the further down the bars you go, the greater the angle, and that just brings a slightly different action, as opposed to if you have the reins on what we call smooth cheek. That's where the billet end, the loop of the reins, goes round just the outside of that top circle. Rough cheek is where the rein goes round underneath the bit, taking the top of the bar. Most of the horses here seem to be, not necessarily in this team, but over the dressage few days, driven on about first bar, which gives you a little bit of pole action and curb action as well. Now that looked quite effortless in comparison to some of the reinbacks we've seen. and rightly so, has been well rewarded. Looks like the best set of marks we've had for a Rainback so far, 2 8.5s, 2 8s and a 7. And it definitely looked easy, it wasn't forced, the horses worked together as a unit, and deservedly so, that was well rewarded. So his penalty scores are coming down. This is a test that's improving as it goes on. We started with 6.5, 6 is the odd 7s, and now we're averaging out at 7, 7.5s and 8s. So the horse is really getting into gear as we go through these 22 movements. And those lead horses in a nice position on that front bar with those traces just bowing slightly, exactly where you want them to be. The dreaded walk now. Keep them straight. Yeah, but those averages have improved as the test has gone on. MEF. Very exposed on that. MEV rather, for the free walk. Very exposed on that diagonal. Some of them coming in a little bit earlier before the V, just to get them set square again, to go forward into the collected trot. And this is a good chance just to build up a little bit of energy on that turn, a few half halts to get them to smoothly open themselves up, lengthen the stride, and use that power. Oh, look at those wheelers, well done. Little bit open in their heads, but that was an attractive trot from a leg point of view from those wheelers. And the temptation is obviously to look at the leaders. They have a bit more room, they've got nobody in front of them, so they can show that. But that was a pretty good extension. Just a shame that the wheelers' heads came up a little bit. But good marks. A 10 for the general impression from Herman van den Bosch. Doesn't get any better than that. 3 9s and 8.5. 2 8s, 2 8.5s and a 9 for the driving. And at the moment, that puts him into 3rd place. So he goes above Glenn Geertz, in behind Bram Chardon. He's just behind Bram, so that's 43.65, 43.65 for Fredrik Persson. Great, job done. Slots him behind Bram. He's here as an individual, so it's not going to trouble the team competition. But great to have Fredrik back in the mix again. Lovely test from him. And quite an improvement on his marks. Obviously, it varies between the judges from event to event, championship to championship, all the way through. He's got Victoria and Helena Persson on the back with him. And of course, he is based at that wonderful venue, Flyinge, where the young drivers have just had their European Championship, and I know that the squads that went over there absolutely loved it. The venue blew their minds. They had a great time. So Sweden has just played host to our young drivers, and there you go, great job from Fredrik Persson, 43.65, low 40s. All the judges in the 170s. We had 2. Barry and Jury had him in 2nd place, 174, 175.5. Elimar and Herman had him in 4th place with 174 and 178, and Bert had him in 5th on 172. But in agreement that they very much liked that test. That was in our top 3 so far. Coming now, one of the combinations that really is one of the selling points of what we do in driving. These Nonius horses who have this fascinating history, all to do with wars and pillaging and travelling and things. I'll share that bit of, it goes back to the Ottoman occupation. They're at the Mezuhegis Estate Stud. The name of the foundation sire was Nonius Senior. It was an Anglo-Norman horse, so that's English and Northern France, born in 1810. And driving them is one of the big hitters in Hungarian driving, János Pap. All have the Nonius prefix with Roman numerals afterwards, but we've got Babocca, Adele, Cerna, Zindelli and Zemplin, all mares. This is the only team, I'm pretty sure, where they are all mares. And for those of you who keep and know and manage mares, it's negotiation. But if you get a mare on side, you've got a horse for life. They are wonderful. They have the most beautiful, quite an old-fashioned conformation, these horses, when you compare them to the shape of a lot of the Dutch-bred harness horses. They are very good-looking animals out of harness. The harness can hide so much. And don't the grooms on the back. Carmen and Judith, who are part of the crew for the dressage. He's changing grooms around, swapping for the marathon. Carmen will be back on for the cones. Sixes, 6.5s, 1.7 from Yuri and 4. Yes, there was a little bit of a disagreement at the beginning of that movement. So they have this incredible Anglo-Norman ancestry and a unique chapter in equine history. The breed was developed here in Hungary at the Imperial Stud, and it is the result of an intentional and strategic line breeding program. It was originally to serve dual purpose, so they're a versatile utility breed, which means they're a working horse, and a nimble cavalry mount. So working as a draft horse in agriculture, no doubt, and for transport, moving goods around, and as well as doubling up in the military. How interesting. It has obviously evolved over time. By the 20th century, predominantly, with the naturally, horses weren't being ridden in warfare quite so much, transitioned to an agricultural role. It's a fairly substantial warm blood equine breed, and it's also noted for the ease of the upkeep, what we'd say is a good doer, embodying a harmonious blend of strength and simplicity in its care, which probably means it lives off grass and a bit of hay very easily, which is always good. And the geography of this part of the world really helps in the formation of these good, strong horses. Vast open plains, but also where you have undulating or hilly country, particularly when you're breeding youngsters. That's why the Welsh breeds have done so well over the years. I was talking to the Carberries about this earlier, that if you have the young horses, to be able to let them move as much as possible and where you can move over undulating territory, it just helps build up so much strength in their bodies and skeleton and muscles, like early toning. So if that is part of what's been the development of this breed as a working horse, as much strength as you get into them physically early on is good news. So the Ottoman Empire invaded Hungary in 1526, so we're going back even earlier than the Lipizzaner and Kladrubers. And of course this impacted the horses that were here anyway. It left an indelible mark on the horse breeding tradition. So whatever the Turks were riding, which was probably all sorts of Arabs, yes, they have this huge influence, gosh, on the British thoroughbred racing, even into the Welsh pony. The influence of the Arab probably greater than any other breed. So the Ottoman quest evidently ended around about 1699. And then the Hungarian nobility adjusted their tastes with a nod towards those to the west of them in Europe. And then came the interconnection with the Iberian horses, so then we're getting onto the Spanish influence, the Andalusians. And this led in time to Spanish and Neapolitan importation. And of course that in turn fed into the Lipizzaners and Kladrubas. And you see that in the conformation of their necks, the heads. Fairly short and compact in the back. If you look at those Dutch horses, they tend to have quite long backs. And their agility, so they're what we call quite close coupled. How are we doing? Back to the Dressage 7, 6.5. He's bobbing along at about 60. Judges seem quite united at the moment. But just enjoy these beautiful mares at home here in Hungary. They do look like lovely riding horses as well. So there was an overwhelming demand for superior grade horses from the courts and the aristocracy in Hungary. And the private breeders were unable to keep up with the pace of demand. So Emperor Joseph II initiated several state stud farms. So Mezohegy's state stud, and there was an imperial court, was one of them, and that was established in 1784. My goodness, this history is fascinating. So they then became military, hunting and carriage horses. At one point, there were over 1.5 million horses. But it was at this stud where this Nonius breed was developed from an Anglo-Norman horse born in 1810. He was evidently quite a plain sire, I've read that before, but his offspring were far from it and displayed exceptional endurance and strength despite their dad's looks. This led to him being used for breeding purposes more frequently, particularly with mares descended from Arabian and Spanish Neapolitan stock lines. Now, don't we often talk about the importance of the sires in animal breeding, but we're going to give a nod to the female importance of the mother line here, and particularly as we've got mares. So the aim was to create heavy but graceful horses suitable for the military roles, as well as driving and carting. There's lots of information about these wonderful breeds. Sturdy limbs, robust physique, they have a distinctive shape of head. They're about 15-1 to 16-1 hands. And they really do epitomise the importance of the horse as part of the history and the culture of this wonderful country. Again, a nod to them from UNESCO. It's incredible, rich horse breeding history. Where are we on the marks? 5.5 to 6s for these last few movements. I'm sure there'll be some good marks for the overall impressions because they do look super as a team. For Janos Pup, well done. Thank you to him and everybody involved for giving us the pleasure of seeing these gorgeous mares. Just under this warm sun. Yes, the crowd really behind it. Isn't it wonderful? Clapping and whistling, just gleaming silver on those dark coats. Just waiting for the final confirmation of marks. Judges at the moment. Elimar enjoyed that. That was 155 for him, which was a 14th. Yuri really enjoyed that at P. That was a 12th for him on 161. Not so much Herman at S, 23rd for him on 148, 20th for Barry on 151.5, 17th on 149.5 for Bert at C. So one of those tests which often happens with these sorts of teams, these older types, heritage breeds. They're dividing the judges a bit, so we will just have to wait and see where it's going to go with the new test, with the emphasis on the harmony and the training, yeah, it's going to be very interesting in the next few years. Hungarian driving style, and what style we are bringing you from Svilvasvarad. That's a famous author on there. As I said yesterday, there's the most beautiful book that is available about the history of four-in-hand driving. Joseph Eden, who was a four-in-hand driver himself, I've spotted him here, wrote it. Beautiful pictures, some of which were taken by Christina Horvath, who is our secretary and has personally, through her father living here, a very close tie to the event. So she's been one of the really hard-working people in the background, organising. A very experienced show organiser, worked for years alongside the great Cindy Timmer, who has now moved to Australia. Cindy, we hope you are well and enjoying life down under. You are sorely missed here in Europe. And Cindy, of course, when Luca, who's come into view, was driving on his home turf in Italy 2 years ago. Cindy was helping run the show office, or was running the show office there. Now, you might spot the orange shoulders, which is a bit of a giveaway that Luca's trainer is none other than Bram Chardon. So he's done his dressage, still sitting comfortably in second position behind Anna Sandman. We haven't had a change at the top. Only Frederick, who went this time, he's slotted into third. So Bram's done the job for himself and for the Dutch team, and he helps Luca. Bram actually came into the commentary box in Exlou to co-commentate for Luca's test. It was really interesting. So one of the difficulties Luca has is just there aren't quite so many events around in his part of the world, although he's from the northern end of Italy. Still a lot of travelling if you really want to be in the heart of driving country and being able to get lots of event exposure and practice for your horses. You need to be Belgium, Germany, Holland, or here in Hungary. There's lots going on in Croatia and Romania as well. And he has a similar problem to us in Britain. There's just the travelling involved in getting to places. I saw two horses last week in Wales, right in the Brecon Beacons. Lucas sold two horses to a friend, Daniel Williams, and they were going to be used, or will be used, as coach horses with a coach and four. That's properly traditional driving. And they've got beautiful temperaments. Dan was saying last week how calm they were. They arrived in his yard in Wales, probably a little bit cooler than they used to in Italy, and just rocked up as if they'd been there all their days. So two horses from Luca now living in Wales. He's got Dutch horses here. One of them has Delviro as a sire, another one that makes you just sit up and look. A connection to the great Francisco Aletti Montano, who drives himself, but supports a lot of the drivers as well, including Joseph de Bach. And Luca Casatana, driving for Italy as an individual. Stallions, we've got two 9-year-olds, an 8-year-old and a 13-year-old. Callistos, Cassandro, Lady Killer and Sandro Boy. You do wonder sometimes how they get these marvellous names. Hasn't competed so much this year for the aforementioned reasons. He was 18th in Kladruby in April. That was one of the opening events in the Czech Republic. He also has the day job, runs and owns a business. He's director of a building company, but also an experienced horseman, as he was formerly a show jumper. 25th in Protoni, 22nd in the dressage with 58.24, 31st in the marathon, 15th in the cones, and started off his competitive driving campaign some years ago in the singles. He competed at World Championship level with one horse. Went to teams in 2020 in Pau. But then, of course, we had these two rather bizarre years because of the pandemic. Now the judges quite liking this. We've got 7s, 6.5s, some 8s, or 1/8 so far. Hopefully there'll be some more 7s. Looking in the early 50s at the moment. They do have quite a lot of presence, these horses. And look at those brow bands. That's a nice bend. That's a nice curve there. Well done, working well where you want them. Inside horse just has to collect a bit, particularly in front where you can see them. And ideally, a little stretch from the outside horses so they can stay perfectly level. That's the dream, the ideal. Much easier said than done. Is forward, usually on the leaders. Sometimes the wheel horses can look a little bit less than pleased that they're looking at bottoms, but as long as the ears are forward in front, everyone's looking happy. If they're going forwards and backwards, it means they're listening. And that's all looking quite smooth at the moment. 7s, 7.5s, judges in agreement. Somebody's having a quick look round. All those feet. We do have to pay tribute to the farriers all over the world who keep these horses shod, sound, the knowledge they have to have of foot anatomy, of the whole of the physique of the horses, huge amount of training that goes into farrier, and to have a good farrier on board is one of the keys to success. Most of these drivers, I'm sure, will be carrying lots of spare shoes that have probably been handmade to fit these individual horses. They were probably all shod last week just to make sure that they were absolutely on song. Because what happens when you have a World Championship year, and the current World Pairs Champion, Martin Holler, has spoken eloquently about this before, that you look at the dates in the calendar and in the years to come of a World Championship. This is the gold standard, the golden egg that we're aiming for, and you work backwards. So in terms of your horse's fitness, the exposure to events that season, it's all preparing for this moment, and that comes down to the details of their diet, when the physios and the back people will be coming, making sure the dentist has been to keep their teeth and mouths in good condition. Oh yeah, that looked like it was just offering to canter again. He was on that cusp and he's just broken. Whether the judges on the other side will have seen that. And key to making sure that they're all sound and the feet are in good order is working closely with the farrier. Depends on each horse. The average is shod every 4 to 6 weeks, but again, it depends on how much road work you do, and all 4 feet and each horse have quite different requirements. They're probably going to be hot shod with the burners, so that they can be put in place and shape adjusted at the time of shoeing. Yes, that movement with that break, all the judges spotted that. Number 13, that extension, 2 4s, 2 4.5s and a 5.5. It was hard to hide that one. Particularly when you've got the horse with the big flash of white up its leg and on his face, the eye sort of gets drawn to that. Sevens again, in the mid-50s at the moment. Somebody's having a rub in front. Look at that, right in the mid-50s. The rein back, 4 6s and a 5.5. It was fairly smooth, not the straightest. Well done. Let's see how that's rewarded. That was movement 20, the extended trot with the reins in one hand. Certainly you could see the change in pace. 2 marks in so far for that. And this walk at the end. So 5.5, 2 6.5s and 2 7s for that extension, movement number 20. There's actually quite a lot to do in that movement. You've got extended trot with reins in one hand between L and H, and then from H, C and M, working trot. It says reins at will, but everybody goes back into 2 hands. Just a little bit of a jog there in the walk. This, yeah, they knew what was coming. Bert saw that. Bit of anticipation there. So he's given a 4 for that walk. 2 6s, a 5 and a 5.5. And this is a bit of a gamble. When you've had a break in the previous extension, do you really go for it? And it looks like he has. Or do you think, are they going to break again, where everybody's got eyes on me? But that was a pretty good centre line and a way to finish. 7.5, 3 7s and a 6. The judge agrees. And we've got 4 8s and a 7 for the athlete, the driver, Mark, and as we have come to expect for the general impression presentation, good marks. Here we've got 4 9s and an 8.5, and good to see the Italians out supporting as well. He's got Veronica on there for marathon, no, for dressage and cones, and the marathon. Yes, she is on all. Carlotta, the other lady on the back there, she's on for dressage and cones, and then Adama will be on for the marathon. Again, he's mixing up his teams. 3 of them will be used for all 3 phases. Cassandro's the only one we're going to see, as we have for the dressage just now. And Guitardon, who has been also driven by Joseph Djibac before he will be on for the marathon and cones. Now, sit up everyone, because something special is about to happen. But in the meantime, confirmation of a 12th placing for Luca Casatana for Italy, 54.04. So that's an improvement on his Pretoni mark, so good for him. Judges had, oh my goodness, an 8th and a 9th, a 10th, a 16th and a 23rd. Wow, I think that's the biggest gap we've had. Now, interestingly, the marks weren't so different. At 23rd from Barry, not a fan, on 150. Now, 163.5 from Bert and 163.5 from Elimar, so that's 8th and 9th. They were pretty much viewing the same test. 162 from Herman van den Bosch on 10th. And Yuri had him in 16th with 156. Wow, interesting, yes, because at home, just sit back and enjoy this, because this promises to be very, very special indeed, as the great Chester Webber begins his dressage test. The horses have been absolutely outstanding in this phase. Chester, who puts so much into them, he makes it his mission to look for young horses. He has quite a distinctive type. They are lightweight. They're like beautiful ballerinas. When you see them out of harness, they're quite petite. But it's the training. It's what is put into them. And he's got a big crew who are either on the ground at home in Florida or who have been with him this summer as they've moved to Germany. And already we've had an 8, 3 7.5s, a 6.5 8s. This is, look at that, we're in the 30s already. As we expect, but it's still a world championship. He's got to drive as if everything has come to this moment, all the hours and hours of preparation. He's somebody that takes a very scientific approach to it all, from their feeding to the amount of time they spend on the water treadmill to the bloodlines that they have. They are the product of a very considered program over their lives. If you think Chester's had them since they were 3 and 4-year-olds, and for this team we've got first edition, who is now 15, Julius, who's 10, and Cadora and Casper at 9. And that's the combination. Oh, in perfect alignment there. You can barely see the, just for a moment there, it looked like they were almost 2 tandems. This is looking very good. There's just 8s everywhere, 8.5s. Keep it up, Chester. This is an absolute treat to watch. So what is it about these horses that is so distinguished? They're making it look so easy. They are so light on their feet. They're up in their fronts, which means they are working properly from behind. Their backs are strong. They're perfectly toned. They look easy and light in their mouths. There's no resistance. There's no opening. It's smooth. It's graceful. It's poetry in motion. Perfectly matched in their colourings, build. And Chester was one of those that said he took that tip from George Bowman back in the day of having just slightly smaller wheels on this carriage, makes his horses look a bit bigger, fills the eye. All sorts of wonderful tricks. Gosh, sitting at 32 at the moment. All walking. The marks, we've got some 9s now. The first 9 for a movement in the test so far. And I can let you into a secret that Carolee Fugali's just appeared at my side. We're just about to get him mic'd up so we can get a few words from one of the head honchos here in Hungary. What a test to arrive in, Carolee. He's got a big smile on his face. Enjoy every moment, because this is special. This is really special. Chester, you're pulling it out of the bag. Everything you've thought about, you've planned, the crew you've got on board, the expertise. What must it be like to be Chester Webber at the moment? Can you imagine? He's done this so many times. He's driven in more dressage arenas than most, but still, it never stops meaning absolutely everything. It's beautiful, isn't it? Carolee and I are sitting here with big smiles on our faces. 8.5s, 8s. Yuri Kunat a little bit lower on his averages at the moment. Who's rewarding it the most? Herman is. Then Barry. Yeah, 4 of them rewarding very much, but there's very little to say. They're just so light on their feet. They make it look so easy. But it's like an equation. The easier it looks at a moment like this is directly proportionate to the amount of work that has gone into this moment, isn't it? Now, let's see what the rainback does. A straight line. It's a fractionary raise of a head from one of the wheelers, but still pretty good. Averaging at 33 after that, but we've still got enough movements left. Is he going to stay on 32? Don't forget, he'll get fantastic overall impression and driver scores. That's better. 18 on the working trot. 8s. 8.5. Yuri's still marking a little harder than the rest of them at P. Arm high up for that one-handed movement. They just float along, but as well as making it look easy, they have this clear definition between the transitions. This is why this is being rewarded. They're so organised and very, very accurate. It's precise. 2 8.5s, 3 8s for that, absolutely right. Judges on a par with that one. We've got 2 more movements to get marks for. How is this tricky walk going to be for Chester? Now look at that lengthening of the frame. That's hands down spot on. That's what you're looking for. They just stretched out. They were like a concertina, an accordion opening out. Perfect. And the camera will come up to see them. Perfectly in alignment. You can certainly see 2 horses. Oh, amazing. Enjoy this moment. Well done, Chester. You're nearly there. You're nearly there. And collection, and let's see this final flourish down the centre line for Chester Webber. He's smiling, he's smiling, he's smiling. Those horses are heaven sent. Well done. Oh, look at that. Well done, well done, well done. 9, 9, 9. 10s, 9s. Come on, bring them on. Come on, come on. Yes, 10s. 10, 10, 10. Come on, come on, Yuri. Give one more 10. Come on. We've got 4 10s so far for that final mark. Come on, Yuri. We are in the 190s. We're in the 190s. Oh, he gave a 9. Oh, 9.5. Oh, how exciting is this to watch? What a treat. What a treat. Carolee will get you in just a second. Let's you grab that and get the mic on for you, because I really want to hear. Carolee, what was that like to watch?
That was a dream.
It was a dream, wasn't it?
It was a dream, yeah. That's what dressage, driven dressage, all about.
This is the gold standard. He's just raised the bar, though, in that test, in that moment, these last 10 minutes. Incredible.
Elegance, precision, relaxed horses. That's what we want to see.
And they are in such perfect shape. They've just got this incredible condition. I mean, obviously they're glowing in this beautiful Hungarian sunshine, but you can see how clean the limbs are. Everything about them, their conformation, and look what that meant. So, to confirm, a 31.20, unheard of. First, 4 10s in that final mark, a 10 and 4 9s for the athlete. The judges united, even if they were a little bit, Yuri was the only one who wasn't in 190. We had two at 195, Bert and Elimar in complete agreement, 192 from Barry, 198 from Herman. Yeah, well, beat that, everyone else. I don't know if it can be beaten, but don't forget we've still got Boyd and Marika to come, and they will have been watching this, won't they? They will have been really sitting up and paying attention.
That's a top sport.
Yeah.
That's what we want. That's what we need.
So, Carolee, what's it like having a four-in-hand World Championship back in Hungary? What does it mean to you?
That was a dream, many of us, and me personally, I'm very happy. I started my career after the university here at that stud farm, and I was working for that stud farm for 1.5 years at the end. It's a fantastic venue, and it's really a dream to bring this championship back, to bring the world top drivers to this arena, to fill up with top sport, and providing our supporters, the crowd, a very high level driving event.
What does driving mean to Hungary, to the people, to the nation, to your history?
Hungary has a very, very deep relation to driving since our history. If we are talking about international driving sport, it also started here. The very first FEI driving championship has been held in Budapest in 1971 with the support of the late His Highness Prince Philip. And the Hungarian people simply love driving. There is no driving championship without full house in Hungary, and that's what I can already confirm, because for Sunday the stadium is sold out.
You've sold out?
Sold out. Since yesterday.
Get that, Taylor Swift. We can do it even better here in Hungary, can't we? That's amazing. We must just say, coming into the arena, Anthony Ord, imagine following that test. What would it be like for poor Anthony coming in? I mean, he's a very, very good driver. He's fantastic. But to follow a test like that takes quite something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But he'll be focused. But talk us through the planning process to get to this point. From you've got guys and girls building flags, building arenas, everybody's out in between sessions, measuring. How many people are working behind the scenes here?
More than 250.
250,
yeah.
Goodness.
That's really, really a great challenge to control everything. This is not the most easy championship. Logistically, we have so many things to do related to, first of all, the welfare of the horses, the safety and the security of the athletes, of the spectators. It's a challenge to guarantee a safe and well-organized championship anywhere,
Yes.
like here as well.
And the logistics, because it's, for a lot of people, it's a long way to get here to Hungary, isn't it? These guys have been travelling sometimes 3 days from home to get here.
Yeah.
So we have to acknowledge that there's a lot that goes into it and the planning.
And we are absolutely happy and privileged to have all the top four-in-hand drivers from every corner of the world here
Yes.
for this championship.
But there is an excitement and a magic in the air that is only created when you've got a passionate and knowledgeable crowd who just elevate it all. And you can see, obviously, they cheer on all their home drivers, but they have their favourites as well from other nations, don't they?
Yeah.
But Carolee, you've done more than most for driving, because for some years you were chairman of the FEI's driving committee. You recently, your term of office came to an end, but we had a very successful driving forum last year in Kronenberg, didn't we? And there was a lot of chat about the future of the sport, weighting the importance of dressage as opposed to the other disciplines, because it was all about the marathon back in the early days, but there's a lot more even weighting in terms of the mark and the three disciplines, aren't there?
Yeah, we had an extremely successful driving sports forum last year. And as far as I know, it's going to happen next year as well, as we have a full rule revision, for the discipline next year. That I found it very useful. That was a real open discussion with stakeholders, benefiting a lot of good ideas already implemented into the draft of the rules for approval for the next year. Being a chairman for 12 years for this discipline, I think we have done a lot. It has been a real development from the early 50s to the 2024.
Yes.
But we tried to keep the tradition as much as possible and modernize as much as needed. It's not an easy task. There is a lot to do, but I think it's on a good track.
Well, it's interesting because I know there's some more dressage tests coming out next year, and there is a bit of an emphasis on rewarding things that perhaps wouldn't have been such a high priority in previous incarnations of dressage tests. But we're very lucky to have you in driving because you're also one of the Mr. Bigs in show jumping. You were judging in Versailles at the Olympics, weren't you?
Yes.
So you bring
correct.
a great deal of wisdom to it. What do you bring between the two disciplines, obviously with your experience of running jumping events and judging and driving? What are the similarities and the differences?
I was benefiting a lot from my background from jumping.
Yes.
As I knew the structure, I knew how the FEI works, how the discipline's working, how are the general rules, what are the frames we have to stay within. And my other strength was that I was a little bit outsider. So I was no official, not a driver, not a horse dealer. So I was a bit independent, but my heart was and still is in this discipline. So that was giving me a lot of benefit and freedom to do those steps which was necessary to do.
Well, in a leadership
in the modernization
role,
process.
Yes, and it's not always easy being in a position like that, and sometimes what are perceived to be unpopular decisions have to be made or change. People don't like change, and you have to have a lot of belief to push things through sometimes.
Of course, but this is similar with any other discipline.
Of course.
Just let me give you one example. This discipline had no young category. So if a discipline has no children, junior, young driver category, there is no future. We created that. That was really a missing part, and I probably brought it from jumping, where it works perfectly. And I'm happy to announce that nowadays we have over 100 athletes at a European Championship for children, junior, young drivers.
Well, we've just had one in Sweden, haven't we?
Yes, and the level.
It's very high, the standards.
Determination, if
yes.
you have a look on this young generation, how they drive, I'm relaxed and happy and confident our future in this discipline.
Well, what a great legacy. As we must turn our attention back to Anthony Horde for France. He is the third of their drivers to come into this dressage arena, and it's been a jolly consistent test, more sevens than anything else. A really great test for him. He's looking like it's in the low 50s at the moment, a few 6.5s and 6s, but very evenly spread amongst the judges on this penultimate movement. But Carolee, thank you very much indeed. What a privilege it's been to have you in here sharing a few words.
Thank you very much, and we are absolutely happy to have you here contributing to the success of that championship. Thank you, Sarah.
A pleasure, thank you. So as Carolee takes his leave, because he is one of the main organisers here, he's sort of floating around. If there's anything that needs just putting back in place, he is absolutely the person to do it. So how fascinating to hear from one of our organisers, rule makers, and somebody who really makes this sport happen. As Anthony Horde comes down the centre line, that was a super trot down there from his horses. What's he got in here? 3 KWPNs, a German sports horse as well. He has Carol Horde on with him, Louise also doing dressage and cones. Victor will be on the back for the marathon. Tends to be one of the chaps brought in to do bottom step, but good marks for him. He's just stayed in the 50s, 50.5 3-8, ninth position. Judges in alignment on that one. We've got 3 ninth places from them, a 10th and an 11th, but one of the more united sets of marks from them. He got 2 9s and 3 8.5s for that lovely boost of marks that our drivers get in the end. But maybe you're still recovering from that extraordinary test that Chester Webber has produced. Replay it, learn, enjoy, savour the moment, because that was absolutely history being made right in front of us here in Hungary. And thank you to the 250 people, as Carol has just said, working so hard behind the scenes to bring us this incredible show, because it's entertainment, but it's putting the horse first, always. 50.38, a 9th placing, and that nudges France ahead of Hungary at the moment. But don't forget, and this really will please the home crowds, we have an absolute icon coming in now. We are spoiling you. It is none other than Zoltán Lazár, the last Hungarian in this proud nation to win an individual gold. And yes, he's at it again. There's Mr. Boyd Excel training. It is extraordinary. And Zoltán and the team around him being quite open about the fact that it's been on social media that he's been training, gone up to Holland to Boyd's for training camps ahead of this. Boyd was walking around the arena with him, and yes, you can see the influence of the type of horses, their way of going, absolutely the stamp of Boyd on those horses just trotting up there. Let's see, and there's brother Vilmos, big brother, watching on. Of course he's watching on, again, like Carolee, one of our main organisers here, president of the Hungarian Equestrian Federation, celebrating its centenary. It's like the planets have aligned here in Szilvásvárad, northern Hungary. Zoltán Lazár, what can you do? You know what it's like to win. He had a bit of a break after that World Championship in Kecskemét here in Hungary 20 years ago, came back into driving around about 2020. I'm sure he never really went away from it, but certainly competing at the top level. And he and his brother, incredible businessmen, and they have such an aura about them as people. They have a really commanding presence, and enhanced by competing here at home. He was 18th in Aachen. The dressage was 57.97, but I dare say with a bit of training with Mr. Excel, they'll be aiming to bring down that mark. He was first at Budapest and Kinskin Park this year, 13th in Kladruby at Lambdom, obviously home to those wonderful Kladrubas, and 9th at Pisenzi nad Digel. He's also, in his spare time, into sailing, skiing, motorsports, hunting and music, and has won many, many national titles at world level with the horse pairs. He's an eternal champion of Hungarian equestrian sport, been awarded lots of medals. Make sure the hat stays on. Order of Merit, the Knight Cross for the Hungarian Republic, Count István Szécheny's Memorial Medal, great name there in terms of the driving history. His son Zoltán Jr. is, I think, very into show jumping as well. What have we got here? Mixture of stallions and geldings, one mare, but she's not in for the dressage. 16-year-old Dan 8, and now that's one of Boyd's horses. If you look back at the biography of that horse, he's probably one of the most experienced competition horses on the circuit. So Dan 8, who's done great things with Boyd over the years, he's 16, and for the purposes of this event, he's in Zoltan's team, already looking good. We've got some 8s in there from Yuri Kunat and an 8 from Bert for the second movement. So setting the bar, setting his intention, hoping that he can play his part to elevate Hungary back onto that podium again. He was in Protoni. It was great to have him there. He finished 14th. So many achievements. And Dan's got the most incredible history, a connection with the Freunds as well, and Misty Wrigley-Miller, Frank Grimont-Prez. Gosh, if Dan could write his personal history and biography, my goodness. He was in Boyd's team in Protoni and has been driven by Boyd this year, but Zoltan is driving him. What a great horse, and this is the perfect moment to pay tribute, testament, and salute these magnificent animals. Our friends, the horse, on which civilization was built, on which the fields were turned, on which won and lost wars. We cannot pay enough tribute to the horse, and particularly in a nation like Hungary. Thank you to our friends, the horse, in all the many shapes and sizes, breeds, types, temperaments they come. Look at the life they've given us. 7 6.5s. Yuri Kunat is liking this test the most, in contrast to what he was rewarding. I mean, his marks were fantastic for Chester's test, but at the moment, he and Bert are really enjoying this one. Mid-40s for Zoltan Lazar. Will it be enough to pop Hungary back in front of France again? France have had all 3 of their drivers go. This is the 3rd of the Hungarians. We've had both Americans go, obviously with Chester's remarkable test then. I mean, it goes without saying, he's propelled himself miles ahead. He's in front now, 31.06. And so that's the total for the Americans, 91.29. It remains to be seen perhaps what Marika's going to do in Eisbrand. It's very tight. Will the Americans stay in front after Marika's been? Will Hungary move up the table at the end of this? It really is touch and go in terms of the team event. Oh, jig jog there. Yeah, a bit of anticipation, but it was quite gentle. Might have been hidden from the judges on the other side. It was a very elegant jog. They are light on their feet. Different type of horses completely from the ones that Chester has driven. Taller, bigger, in some ways rangier, but just like prima ballerinas with this incredible elegance, and they're so light on their feet. These horses have a sort of natural presence because of the size, the way the necks and shoulders and heads all work. These extravagant leg actions. He's just trying to hang on to that right wheeler. Keep him trotting, keep him in trot. Sort of 48 at the moment. Just over the halfway point in the test. 7 6.5s would be great to get back a few 8s again. It would really make the day here for all these spectators. And as you heard Carolee say, that it's completely sold out. I will try and find out how many people makes a sold-out stadium here in Svilsvassvarad at this wonderful state stud farm. You get the feeling with these horses, and I can't wait to see them going through the obstacles, that if you said go, they'll go. This is quite contained, but there's a massive sense of power. Pumping the brake there. That was a great shot. Thank you, team. Now the carriage is straight. Horses have gone a little bit awry on an angle. Where are we on that? Yes, 5, 6, 6.5s. Ideally, we want carriages and horses straight. But Yuri Kunat, now from his angle, that was an 8. Fascinating. Bobbing along at about 48 at the moment. If all goes well, should get some decent marks at the end. But how fabulous to have Zoltan Lazar back here at a 4-in-hand World Championship in Hungary. They have, as a nation, including this weekend, hosted 17 different driving World Championships, more than any other country, and this is the 4th of their 4-in-hand World Championships. Over 100 medals at world and European level, including 52 golds. They have produced 8 4-in-hand world champions. Of course, Zoltan Lazar in front of us now. Laszlo Kecskemeti, the great Sándor Fülöp and Imre Abojny, titans in our world. And the great György Bardos, who probably alone has inspired more people to take up driving than just about anybody. And the Lazar brothers fully attribute him and the event here 40 years ago to them taking up carriage driving. Joseph Papp and, of course, Joseph Dobrowitz, who we saw yesterday doing a great dressage test after his son, Joseph Jr. Coming towards the end of his test for movement 20, the extension marks pretty good, 2 7.57s and a 6. Less good for the walk. It wasn't really that settled for 6 and 5.5s. But can we have a flourish from this wonderful and quite flamboyant character, Zoltan Lazar? Yeah, enjoy. Oh, floating, 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 floating. Come on, boys, that was a lovely trot. A little bit ahead of the vertical, but they did open their frames. And now, the judges are a little bit divided on that. We've got an 8 from Elimar, he liked that, a 5.5 from Barry, with the horses a little bit ahead of the vertical for that. But the others like the opening of the frame and the flare up the line. Yeah, only Barry didn't like that last movement. The rest 7s, 2 8s and 7.5, but 3, 4 8s and an 8.5. For our driver, 2 9s, a 9.5 from Yuri Kunat. He really enjoyed that test. Now, this has been one that is also, a bit like Luca just now, divided our judges. We've got Bert Jambon, our judge at C. For him, that was the 3rd best test so far on 174. Elimar also marking along similar lines, 175 for him, so we're well into the 170s here. That's a 5th placing test, but even better from Yuri Kunat, who has popped him into 2nd place on 180. He really rated that test, but Herman van den Bosch, not so impressed, as 13th from him on 159, and definitely not Barry Capstick's cup of tea, because he had that on 156 and 14th. But what that does, it's a good 40s mark, 47.58, which pops Zoltan Lazar into 9th place individually. But how great at the moment here in Hungary to have Hungary sitting 3rd in the team event. So that at the moment, after their 3 drivers, 2 American drivers. We've got more to come from the Netherlands, Germany and Belgium. France have had all theirs go. 1 more from the Czech, Australia, obviously Boyd to come, Romania and Poland. They've each got another driver to come. But as we round off our morning, and it's been an incredibly special morning, confirmation of that astonishing test from Chester Webber of the USA, 31.06, unprecedented. Anna Sandman nudged off the top spot that she held so long since yesterday on 40.99. Bram Chardon doing everything right in terms of the Dutch quest for more medals at 43.12. Frederick Persson, great test from him, about where we would expect him to be on 43.65. Glenn Geertz, great for the Belgians, in 5th on 46.38. Christoph Sandman, currently in 6th, 46.78. And there you have on your screens down the running order for the Germans. George von Steen, good test for him, 47.11. And the Australians with Tor van den Berg, a great test for him, and 47.38. So very close, apart from that ocean of distance between Chester and the rest of them. And to see his celebration at the end was an uplifting moment for all of us who are fans and passionate followers of this sport. Lunch break here in Hungary. It could be late at night or early in the morning where you are. So we're going to round off the live broadcast at the moment. We'll bring you a few highlights from this morning's action. I'm Sarah Dance. What a privilege to share this action with you here live in Hungary. And we are back at 2:15 local time, so pretty much an hour from now, wherever you are. But thank you so much for joining us. It's been amazing.
amigo. Adios, my friend. The road we have traveled has come to an end. When two love the same love, one love has to lose. But it's you who she longs for, it's you she will choose. Adios, compadre, what's to be will be. Remember to name one muchacho for me. Away from these memories, my life I must spend. Adios, amigo. Adios, my friend. Adios, amigo. Let us shed no tears. May all your mañanas bring joy through the years. I ride to the Rio where my life I must spend. Adios, amigo. Adios, my friend. Woke up this morning feeling worn and low. Brewed a pot of coffee, I got nowhere to go. Then I got a call that topped it all. That hag had passed away. Thought he'd live forever. What more can I say? Feeling haggard, I kicked those swinging doors. Feeling haggard, I'm a branded man for sure. Feeling haggard, at night the bottle let me down. Feeling haggard, since haggard ain't around. The Okie from Muskogee was more than just a star. He lived his words, his music rang from concert halls and bars. Lefty Bob and Jimmy lived in his country soul. His songs will sing forever, never to grow old. Feeling haggard, I kick those swing doors. Feeling haggard, I'm a branded man for sure. Feeling haggard, tonight the bottle let me down. Feeling haggard, since haggard ain't around. Feeling just to be your man. There's no hurry, don't you worry. We can take her time. Come a little closer, let's go over what I had in mind. Baby, lock the door and turn the lights down low. Put some music on the soft and slow. Baby, we ain't got no place to go. I hope you understand. I've been thinking about this all day long. Never felt a feeling quite strong. I can't believe how much it turns me on just to be your man. Ain't nobody ever loved nobody the way that I love you. We're alone now, you don't know how long I wanted to. Lock the door and turn the lights down low. Put some music on the soft and slow. Baby, we ain't got no place to go. I hope you understand. I've been thinking about this all day long. Never felt a feeling that was quite as strong. I can't believe how much it turns me on just to be your man. I can't believe how much it turns me on just to be your man.
Two young people without a thing, say some vows, spread their wings, settle down to just what they need, living on love. She don't care about what's in style, she just likes the way you smile. It takes more than marble and tile, living on love. And living on love, buying on time, that's somebody loving ain't worth a dime. It's like an old-fashioned storybook of rhyme, living on love. It sounds simple, train bound for nowhere, I met up with a gambler. We were both too tired to sleep, so we took turns staring at the darkness at the window till boredom overtook us. And he began to speak. He said, son, I've made my life out of reading people's faces, knowing what the cards were by the way they held their eyes. And if you don't mind me saying, I can see you're out of aces. For a taste of your whiskey, I'll give you some advice. So I handed him my bottle and he drank down my last swallow. Then he bombed a cigarette and asked me for a light. Well, the night got deathly quiet and his face lost all expression. Said, if you're gonna play the game, boy, you gotta learn to play it right. You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money when you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. Now every gambler knows
from 16th Avenue. They never found the fingerprint or the weapon that was used. But someone killed country music, cut out its heart and soul. They got away with murder down on Music Road. The almighty dollar and the lust for worldwide fame slowly killed tradition, and for that someone should hang. Well, they all say not guilty, but the evidence will show that murder was committed down on Music Road. Oh, the steel guitars no longer cry, and fiddles barely play, but drums and rock and roll guitars are mixed up in your face. Old Hank wouldn't have a chance on today's radio, since they committed murder down on Music Road. They thought no one would miss it once it was dead and gone. They said no one would buy them old drinking and cheating songs. Well, there ain't no justice in it, and the hard facts are cold. Murder's been committed down on Music Road. Oh, the steel guitars no longer cry, and you can't hear fiddles play, with drums and rock and roll guitars mixed right up in your face. Why the heck he wouldn't have a chance on today's radio, since they've committed murder down on Music Road. Why they even tell the possum to pack up and go back home. There's been an awful murder down on Music Road.
Amarillo by morning, up from San Antonio. Everything that I got is just what I've got on. When that sun is high in that Texas sky, I'll be bucking at the county fair. Amarillo by morning, Amarillo, I'll be there. They took my saddle in Houston, broke my leg in Santa Fe. Lost my wife and a girlfriend somewhere
Yesterday's winner from the first part of dressage, Anna Sandman right now is second at the moment. Prem Chardon, third place with his mark 43.12. Then in the top five we have Frederick Persson, the only Swedish driver here, and also Glenn Gertz, Belgium, and their team member on the fifth place individually with the mark 46.38. So another scoring for Australia, Romania and Poland, and third rounds for other countries. Some of them have only two drivers and they have no dropping score, means that it's guaranteed to.
So there we have it. Welcome back. And if you weren't with us this morning, you have just missed a record-breaking dressage test from none other than the great Chester Webber. It was extraordinary. It brought tears to the eyes of everybody watching. 31.06 at a world championship. Chester Webber for the USA has just smashed everyone else out of the water when it comes to the marks he was producing, the consistency, the lightness of his horses. It was absolutely breathtaking to watch. But we have the most incredible afternoon waiting for you, because Boyd Excel he's aiming for a 7th World Championship. And IJsbrand Chardon to come. That's our running order. We're starting with Poland with Bytio Mazurek, the vet, with his homebred horses. Then IJsbrand. Almost no introduction needed for the Great Dutchman, and I'll share some stats and figures about his driving career with you. We've got Kalman Babo, who is the second of the Romanians. Dries de Greek, who is really a star in the ascendancy at the moment in driving. He's had a great World Cup season, doing better and better outdoors, currently ranked 7th, and he drives for Belgium. He's the 3rd of their team to get going. Boyd Excel, an unprecedented career in driving, and been quite incredible to watch him moving around the site here, because he's training, he's looking after people. It's getting hot, as you can see there on the screen. It is dry and sunny, just a slight breeze. 28 degrees we are now, even though we're quite high up. It's really in the full glare of the sunshine. So Boyd will have been watching Chester's test very closely. After him comes Marijke Harm, who does everything right in dressage. She, like Chester, it puts a huge amount of emphasis into the training, the all-round athlete for the horse, the suppleness, just making it look easy. And it's that making it look easy which means that there's been even more put into it in the background. And then rounding off the day, all these stars next to the names of the drivers as they come up designates that they are driving for the national teams. We've got Radek Nešvasil, who is the final member of the Czech team. His brother Jiří drove earlier with the handsome Kladrubers. But in the meantime, delighted to welcome into the arena, in the sun, in Silvasvárad, in the heart of the Buk mountain range in northern Hungary. Bytio Mazurek from Poland. These are all Polish sports horses. They're an experienced combination. I was told earlier that they are homebred. Bandier, Bankier, Eric and Santorini are their names. Santorini's 11, the rest of them are 14. All geldings. Oh, one stallion Santorini. And this gentleman is a vet by profession, which is extremely useful. He's also got a family farm in Pankau in Poland. And his family have a long tradition of horse breeding. For over 100 years, he's the 5th generation. He was able to compete using borrowed horses at the 2010 World Equestrian Games in Lexington in Kentucky. And simply because of the expense, as I've discussed earlier, about transporting horses not just around Europe and in and out of the United Kingdom, but then across the oceans as well. Where are we? 6s and 6.5s. The judges united. 5 gentlemen judges, Bert Jambon at C, president of the ground jury. At R, Elimar Thuna for Germany. Herman van den Bosch at S, Barry Capstick at V, and at P, Jiří Kunat. Some tests they've been totally aligned on. Some there's been quite a gap between what they've rewarded. In fact, Zoltan Lazar, who was the last to go before the lunch break for Hungary, his test has propelled them into the bronze position at the moment. But we've still got a lot of action here before the team placings overnight for the dressage will be confirmed. I had a chance to chat to Zoltan, who was speaking in Hungarian, but his charming son, Zoltan Jr., was translating. He's an accomplished horseman himself in show jumping, and he was saying that he was a little bit disappointed. He'd hoped to have a dressage test in the low 40s, and particularly poignant for him, Zoltan Lazar, to be competing here at this venue where he and his brother Vilmos were inspired to become carriage drivers. As Zoltan said, he was 11 years old. He was just a boy when he watched the World Championships here in 1984. And that was what sowed the seed and the passion and the commitment to driving for the Lazar brothers. So a little bit hard on himself after the dressage, but then we got him to acknowledge that actually he hasn't had a whole lot of match practice with this particular combination of horses, because Dan 8, who was in his team, is a regular fixture for Boyd on his competition team. So he's been stabled in Holland, which is some distance from here. So Zoltan did incredibly well to produce the test he did, 47.51, and 9th position currently for him. In the meantime, in the early 60s, pretty consistent along the 6s, 6.5, a few 7s for that last movement, number 10 at the halfway point, which is that 8-second halt. I'm sure you all know each movement off by heart now. Pitjor is quoted as saying, moving into 4 in-hand driving is like getting into a car. You have to communicate with 4 horses and they have to understand each other. And that's all whilst trying to keep them under control and working together. He's got Thomas on the back with him, who will be in place for all 3 phases. Gacket here in dressage and cones, and it looks like Kazi will be on for the marathon. Quite often a change in personnel between the dressage and cones and the marathon. That role of whomever is standing on what we call the bottom step on the marathon carriage, incredibly important. We'll have a great chance to have some good views of that tomorrow for the marathon. Running orders and things not quite out yet, but that will all be available online in due course. So quite something to drive homebred horses. It's one thing, as Chester's just done, and a lot of the drivers here who have horses that they've owned for a long time and trained and brought on since youngsters, but to actually do it with ones that you've brought into this world, that's a very special feeling indeed. Hugely rewarding. And there goes the break before they come back. Pretty good, pretty good. Wheels nice and straight on the same tracks. Let's see if he's rewarded for that. Well, some of them did. Herman didn't seem to like it, but Yuri got a good view of that. He was a 7.5. Not quite sure what Herman saw. 2 6s and a 5.5 for that one. Movement 18, working trot, 20 metres half loop to E. And then on to V. Now he's collected trot reins in one hand. And the extension back to the side of the arena, round the top. It's quite a good chance after one-handed collections and extensions at that working trot, you can just set yourself square again, get everybody balanced, a few half halts. Now this free walk. One of the hardest movements out of these 22 different questions, where it has to flow, it has to look easy, but you need these clear punctuation marks of the transitions, always forward, but with definition and precision. It's really not easy. And to have them going in alignment, pretty good there from that angle in terms of the horse placement as a unit. In an ideal world, your eye shouldn't necessarily be going to, you know, a raised head or something like that. You want everything level for it to look as one picture. Then if side on, you almost can't see the horses behind. But that's a lovely view there. Very pleasing picture with the tones of the jackets and the carriages and the horses. It's very well balanced and coordinated looks-wise. 21, yes, a little bit of fidgeting and unevenness, so that's why they had the 5s and the 5.5s for that. But ending with 2 6s, 3 6.5s, and section number 23, the columns are filling up with 8s, 3 8s and 2 7s, which is the mark for the driver, the athlete, as they're called by the FEI, and 4 8s and an 8.5 for that overall impression. 60.40 is where we're sitting at the moment, just waiting for the final confirmation from the judge at P. Where are our others? Okay, this was another that has a bit of division among the judges. Barry Capstick at V rated that quite well, 156.5. So for him, bearing in mind we've got 41 athletes going, we're in the home stretch now, so that was 13th for him. For Herman van den Bosch, 142.5, so that was 30th. 27th for Bert Jambon at C, 146.0, 149.5, 26th. Pretty much in touch with Elimar Thunat at R, and confirmation for Jiri Kunat at P, 152.5, so that was a 24th positioning. So Barry really, in the terms of the balance and pattern of these marks, rated that considerably more highly than his colleagues. But that gives a final place of 26th on 60.50. There you have it on your screens now. 146, 149.5, 142.5. V, that was Barry, so his marks 56.5, much higher than the others, the 13th place for him. Now, here he comes, the great, the legend. There will only be one IJsbrand Chardon. What a career. 63 now, ranked 4th in the world. Silver in Pretonia, the gold was so within touching distance. If Boyd hadn't kept such a cool head in the cones, but the team, of course, alongside his son Bram and compatriot Cousterond, they were, of course, gold, as they were in Exlu last year at the Europeans. He was 5th in the dressage in Exlu with 42.98, 4th in the marathon, 2nd in the cones. He had a tremendous cones round, and it really looked at the end of that cones round like he might be able to win his 5th gold medal, which at that point would have put him on a par. Now somebody's running very fast at the back. There's obviously, they want to sort something out. You might remember in Exlu there was just one of the hip straps, trace carriers, holding the lead traces, and it became undone and it just flapped around, and so IJsbrand actually had to stop his test, and the grooms got down and sorted out and then carried on. But he really enjoyed, he was incredible how he managed to recover himself. But that's all the many, many times he's been in an arena, gone through start gates, trotted up his horses. He's got Jeanette, daughter Jeanette, on the back, and the other daughter is Edith, all 3 girls, and their brother Bram, absurdly talented with the horses, bit dressage, eventing, driving. Here he's got Eddie, who's been on the team for some time, obviously Dutch warm bloods. We would only associate them with that breed and type at the moment. He's 15, so a mainstay for a long time, and he's in all 3 phases. That's Eddie. Favre Phantom, if you follow the indoor, the World Cup form, that will be a familiar name to you. So he's the 11-year-old Lippy, who is brilliant for the World Cup marathon and cones he's on for. Hugo van Harpert, he's 12. He's in just for the dressage Iowa, who is 11. And a youngster, Nacho O, he's just 6. And those 2 are in for all 3 phases. But he's going to give it everything. One more shot at a title. His son Bram says every time he gives it everything. He has the energy, the passion, the drive of somebody half his age. He's had a great season, 3rd at Kronenberg, 3rd at the Royal Windsor Horse Show, 4th at Aachen, and 1st in Exlou. Done everything right in his preparation. There we have it. Living legend. IJsbrand Chardon, ranked 4th, age 63, but that's just a number to someone like IJsbrand. He's got so much charisma, has brought so much to this sport. Very focused at home, the team, wife Pauline and the children, all involved in the training. 7s, 7.5, 6.5s, 48 at the moment. So some facts about this incredible gentleman. Competed at more World Equestrian Games than anybody else, apart from obviously Christoph Sandman, who is here, but he's been so consistent. First World Championships, 1982 in Apeldoorn in Holland. Didn't participate 2 years later as the horses had been sold. There's obviously the business end of it as well. But after that, he's driven in every World and European Championship for the Netherlands. Wins of the individual titles, obviously, in 88, 92, 2002 and 2008. And to quote Bram, a crazy amount of individual silvers and bronze and team golds. They've lost count. I keep asking them how many events have been, how many, and they say we just have lost count. Most memorable event, obviously apart from what's happening here, was the World Equestrian Games in 2002 in Jerez. It was a long journey from their base in Holland. Lots had happened to them during the season, an unlucky preparation. Gosh, a bit prescient for what happened to Bram this year, and eventually ended up borrowing a horse from old friend and now team manager Ad Arts. They've been on the team together before. And so he went into the event, this is IJsbrand, with lower expectations than usual and turned it into gold, as only someone like he can. He's like an alchemist. Imagine that, turning disappointment into gold. Magical. An absolutely magnificent venue in Spain back then. Driving is his lifestyle, his everything. And Bram says, so motivated. Everything is focused on this. Marks, 7, 6.5s and 8 there from Yuri. The 88 event for him in Apeldoorn was unique, the amount of public and support. And we saw that at the European Championships a year ago as well. The Dutch, phenomenal, no different really to the Hungarians here, but they have such a connection to this family. They are very famous in Holland as well as in our driving world. There was a test event in Stockholm, and at that event he won a Volvo. Now, we haven't seen a car being awarded for some years. Not sure that happens. 2008, a few years later in Best. Bram says watching his father become a champion was the inspiration for him, as if he needed it. It's in his DNA that he too was going to follow in the footsteps of this magnificent four-in-hand and driver, horseman, athlete himself. And a showman. He's a showman as well. You watch him going round, owning these events and venues, shaking the hands of the judges and the vets, the officials. He's got quite a proprietorial air about him. He's the governor, absolutely. The first team he had in 82, Lucas, Royal, Valentin, Roman and Windsor. Great names there. Around 60 different horses in the various teams at World Championship level. The contemporaries from those days when IJsbrand was starting his winning career. The Freunds, Felix Marie Brasseur, the Ericssons. We know them now as trainers and helping the others, but IJsbrand, he's still doing it. and doing it oh so well. 7s and a 7.5 for that movement. The running total is around about mid-40s at the moment, which is where he was in Exlu last year. Bold, brave, consistent. Never ever drives with the brakes on, certainly in the marathons, and he's passed on his brilliant cone driving round skill to Bram as well. Yeah, horse is looking pretty good there. I wonder how that's going to be marked. We've got some 8s for the previous movement. Yes, good rein back. The judges like that, rightly so. 7.5 times 4 and an 8. By my reckoning, that's pretty much up there. Obviously, Chester would have got some fantastic marks for that. But all looking good for Ijsbrand, who just enjoys it, and it's always great fun watching him in his World Cup rounds as well, because of the speed and then flamboyance and the energy. Obviously, it's a bit more contained in this dressage, but to watch him absolutely loving it. Now Bram's up there doing all the winning. To have Ijsbrand on the podium this year as well, he just threw everything at it. He's much more relaxed. And for him, whether he wins or whether Bram wins, it's the same. He doesn't mind if Bram stands a step above him, but they stand shoulder to shoulder all the time for the teams. And it will be very interesting to see where this mark puts the Netherlands for the team competition. USA at the moment, after Chester's majestic test, 91.29. At the moment, the Netherlands with Bram and Koos are on 95.03. Hungary on 98.89. Germany on 99.88. They're all under 100 at the moment. Remember, 2 of the 3 scores in a team of 3 will count. And this test for Ijsbrand Chardon coming to an end. They look very relaxed. They look like they could do it all over again. Good job from everybody. Lovely free movement through the shoulders and the joints. And a big cheer. The Hungarians have been up against this man for years and years, but this knowledgeable crowd will absolutely celebrate and acknowledge having him driving here again. And of course acknowledges the crowds. There's Adart standing up. He's going to want to see confirmation of those scores. Last one's just coming in. 4 9s and a 9.5 for the general and overall impression. 2 9s, 2 8.5s and an 8. And that looks like a 4th place. Now that's very neat on the scoreboard, because he's slotted in just behind Bram, which puts the Netherlands in front for the team position. They've gone on to 86.44. So both the Chardon's dressage scores are now being counted, and this is quite significant for the team event. The USA with Chester and Jimmy Fairclough, who drove yesterday, have gone into second on 91.29. Hungary remain third, but don't forget we've got Marijke to come, and Tor van der Berg did everything right this morning for the Australians. Fully expect them to climb up the rankings once Boyd has been. But thank you, Ijsbrand Chardon and the family, for all you do, continue to do, and have done for driving. And you have many, many fans around the world who I know will be thoroughly delighted to see that super test from you. And there you have it, 43.32, 4th position. Job done. Great for the Dutch. And they can do no more now in the dressage. Analysing the judges, Bert Jambon and Yuri Kunat had that as their second place one. Yuri really liked 180.5 and 177.5 for Bert. So the second place dressage test for them. Herman van den Bosch enjoyed it. It was third for him, 181. Less so Barry Capstick at V, 166. For sixth place, and Elimar Thuna, 171, which is an eighth placing for him. So 2 of our 5 judges had that as their second best test. It really remains to be seen if anyone can get, unlikely to get in front of Cheska, but how near are they going to get to him? That's the question. Boyd and Marijke, what are they going to do? Lots of pressure for them. In the meantime, we move east in Europe as we go to Romania. Kalman Babu, they have 2 members of their team. Again, another nation in which the horse, driving the horse in agriculture and as a working animal, remains very strong. In fact, probably still in some of the more rural parts of this region of Eastern Europe, lots of horses still being used working, but these are working horses of a different sort. One of his, the only one that didn't quite make it through the trot up, so he will be using the same 4 throughout, which actually one horse out of the over 200 or so that were trotted up during the inspection to only have one that doesn't go through. As fit to compete, that is the criteria. Pretty good going. So mixture of stallions and geldings here. Quite a senior team in terms of age. We've got Vagabond, who is 22. Casper and Cherokee are 17. And Juno, who is the youngster of the team, Juno Jr., he is a mere 10. He started Kalman Babu in equestrian sport when he was 14, always loved horses, and businessman and entrepreneur, which the reality is very much part of running a horse for. The size of the lorries, the crews you need, the feed, the shoeing, the harness, the kit. Not for the faint-hearted. But the judges pretty pleased with what they're seeing so far. We had a full hand, a flush of 6s for that first movement, his entrance, improving slightly, 6s, 6.57s, a couple of 7.5s. So we're back to the long-legged horses with the long backs, rangy, athletic, tall, very distinctive in their body shape. Interesting swales type Liverpool bits on the back there. Probably just need to be a little bit more united and a bit more still as a team. You can see the near side wheeler there just up and down in his head a little bit. He looks like quite a tall horse anyway. But very good for the one-handed circle there. They've collecting all those feet. Lots of white stockings to keep clean, but nice bright bays. Glistening sort of coppery bronze in this sunshine. High 20s. There is quite a nice breeze out there. Just takes the edge off the penetrating heat. It was very hot on Wednesday for the trot up. Whilst everyone was just, they didn't have to warm up their horses, more like cooling them down, but preparing them and familiarising them with the environment, all the flags. They're pretty experienced horses, all of them just about done this many times before. Leaning forward as they halt. Legs not too bad, a little bit of fidgeting the head, but let's see. Yes, judges pretty pleased with that. 2 6s, 7, 7.5. Obviously, you want them to stand like statues for 8 seconds, but they are like children. They like to fidget sometimes. That's it. So the buckle's sliding forward. So you've just got this sort of handful of reins where the 2 reins are in each hand, and it's just, oh, you're itching to get back to, that's it, being able to have a set in each hand, and there you've got your lead and your wheel reins that you can be working independently again of each other. They have to work as a unit when you've got that buckle or clamp in front of you, even with a bit of wrist flexion, which if you have been brought into driving with the reins in your left hand, which we call coachman style, that is the traditional way of driving for many people, but it depends where you come from, whether it was agriculture or trade or sport or driving in a royal household or a muse or something. But it is a great skill, an important skill to have, to be able to hold all your reins in that left hand, whatever combination you're driving, have the right in front with the whip, and certainly if you're out on the road, to be able to have that hand free for signals to other road users, absolutely vital. 5s, 6s, 5.5s, a few 7s, running round about 60 at the moment for the second of our Romanian drivers. Carmen Babu, he's competed at quite a few events this year in preparation for the World Championship. 6th in Oroshay in Romania, in the Czech Republic 22nd, Piscine nad Dic, 6th in Ferikanci, that's Croatia, 6th in Budapest at Kensington Park, and 11th quite recently in Biberkolfach in Austria. So pretty consistent and busy season for him to get to this point. And on goes Bray as he squares up for the rein back. Previous mark got all 6s, which was the working trot loop, the sort of squashed S. And on he goes. How was the rein back? Got 4, 4.5, 5.5 and 6.5. Great to have so many nations here. Proud history of them all competing. At the very first World Championship in 1972 in Germany, Munster, where there were 18 competitors from 7 nations. Quite an increase to 35 at 11 2 years later. Roll on to Windsor in 1980. There were 42 from 11 nations. Here in 1984 in Schwilsvarsvarad, 45 from 12 nations, and that really special result for the Hungarians. Don't forget, we saw Laszlo Zsuas kicking off the action yesterday morning. A mere 33 when he took double gold, then individual and team. The great Georgi Bardos still going strong. Hungary for silver, and Mihaly Balint, he was the third team member. There we go. And then at Ascot, that's when another legend in our sport, Tils Velstra, the great Dutchman, he was first, and then somebody called IJsbrand Chardon took the silver. So that was at Ascot in 1986. And of course, as we've just said, his first individual gold came 2 years later in 88 in Apeldoorn. He was ahead of Krista Palsson. Probably the busiest event was the 1990 World Equestrian Games in Stockholm. Thomas Eriksson took the gold that year for the Swedes. Eisbrand was bronze that time. Hungarian Josef Bozsik, he was silver. And that was 53 competitors from 18 nations. So 1919 Stockholm, that's when we had a really good showing. Wolfsburg in Germany, 51 from 16. Best in Holland, 2008, 58 competitors from 21 nations. That probably has to take the record. Haven't quite reached those peaks again. Breda back in the Netherlands again, 57 from 16 nations. And we're just creeping back up there again, post-COVID. Back to the action here. Judges fairly aligned on this one, 28th position, 61.03. We have a 23rd position from Bert and Barry. Marks of 149 from Bert, 152.5 from Barry, so that's joint 23rd from them. Rikuna at P, 151.5, 27th position for him. 32nd for Elmar on 144.5, and for Herman van der Bosch, 30th, 145.5. So Romania currently sitting in 8th after that. They're running total 122.73. They're just in front of Poland, who are on 123.13. Behind Czech Republic on 120.80. France in front of them. Probably where we would expect the order to be at the moment. Hungary still doing pretty well, but we've got Marika to come and Boyd for Australia. So there'll be a bit of a change in the orders. So you've seen on your screens confirmation of Kalman Babu for Romania. It's very busy here. When we went out at lunchtime to go and have a look around the stadium, really deep crowds of people outside. Everyone's thrilled with how many people are here on a Friday. An awful lot more than we had yesterday. And tomorrow's marathon, which looks magnificent, is going to be another busy one. As looking elegant. And there he is. Just getting straight. We've got Dries de Greek in next for Belgium.
And also Kim van Hulde.
He's got Dirk, who's 16, another fan of these Dutch warm bloods. They're looking pretty smart and well matched already, looking very smart. Dries de Greek, so used to seeing him in slightly more casual gear for the World Cup, but that's a smart looking turnout. And this is another one of our really competitive athletes, improving every season, learning, soaking it all in, coming up the rankings. Very good on the marathon as well. Farrier and horse trainer, introduced to driving by his father, who had a Lipizzaner team. Confirmation there. Dirk, Geraldo, Kizandru and Leonardo. So Dirk's the granddaddy of the team at 16. We've got Leonardo, who is 8. Kizandru, 9. And Geraldo, who is 10. So just coming into their peak. Lovely action. Enjoying watching that near side wheeler. He's a good horse. 7, 7.5, 6.5s, looking good. Gosh, low 50s for Dries, high 40s. That would be very good for him. A year ago at the European Championships at Dressage of 51.04 at Aachen. This summer, he was 8th in Dressage with 52.91. So that's where he is. Cone's good for him, another one who remains sharp and accurate on his good lines after the World Cup experience. but we know he's going to be good on the marathon. Manu bloodlines in Leonardo. Cassandro came onto the team this year. Hunter, we will see for the marathon and the cones. He was on that winning team when Dries did so well in Leipzig before the final of the World Cup this year. And so that's Hunter used indoor and outdoor. He's been in Protoni and Exlu. Really versatile, so look forward to seeing that clever horse as part of his marathon and cones combination. He started to compete in 2010 with a single, moved on to a pair. That's a fairly standard progression. And when he turned 18, he took up driving the horse team. A member, obviously, of that bronze medal winning team in Protoni 2 years ago, and similarly on the bronze medal winning team in Tryon in 2018. We skipped that 2020 year very sadly because of COVID. And 3 bronzes and a silver for the European team positions since 2017. Very consistent. Individual positions does well at the World Cup. One of the highest was here in Budapest, or here in Hungary in Budapest 2021, when he was 6th at the European Championships. How are the marks? 7s, 7.5, low 50s at the moment, at the halfway point. Another one who favours those buckles with Velcro around them, keeping everything in place. He's very good with his rein handling, Dries. A bit like Bram, just calm with the hands, keeps it smooth. A good horseman. The judges liked his collected trot. Good marks, some 8s for that one. That's movement number 12. So circle, that small circle at C. 15 metres in collection. 2 8s for that one. Whip held out, reins in the one hand. Oh, goodness, he's just bobbing along at 50. Come on, Dries. Quite a mature test from him. So horses keep working together, keep as a unit. Rein back. Started well. What do our judges say? Well, he's got an 8 from Yuri at P, so he liked it. 2 7s and 2 6.5. Certainly started well. Horses just swung the quarters out a little bit towards the end, but the carriage was straight. 7s for the next movement. Oh, he dipped into 49 there as an average. Come on, Dries. You're so nearly going to be under 50. Come on. keep the walk. There's tricky movement. Concentrate, chaps. This is a great test so far. Dries is certainly concentrating. Kim van der Holder through all three phases. Karine Hillebrandt, and then Ivan de Greek will be on the back for the marathon. So that's the extended crew who are here supporting the relatively young Belgium, but who already is making quite a mark in driving. Now, 2 7s, 3 6.5s for the walk. That's pretty good. It has caught a few of them out. What is going to happen in this last set of marks? There's every chance. Come on, chaps, keep balance, keep your balance. Keep it smooth, nice halt. 7s, 8s, 9s for these final marks. Yes, it looks like he's going to dip in under 50. Good test from Dries there, 48. Good, keep coming, keep those marks coming. They're just filing in from the boxes on the screens. 4 8s and an 8.5 for his driving, 4 9s and an 8.5 for that general impression. So that really helped. Now, although the judges' marks are quite similar, the placings aren't. Barry Capstick really rated that one. That was a 6th place for him, 166. Yuri Kunat also quite liked it, 173.5. Owen van den Bosch, 165.5 for 10th. Elimar Thunart is 167, which is 11th, which is what Dries seems to have got as a placing from this after the averages. And Bert Jambon, a 12th for him on 164.5, but it looks like the total is 148.58, which is 11th for him. And that puts Belgium at the moment back up to 3rd. So they've edged ahead of Hungary. And a great dressage test for him, not only with perhaps a glimmer of hope for an individual medal, but certainly for the team. And he can do no more. Belgium all through for the dressage. There we have it, 148.58. He was just bobbing along at around about 50 through most of that test, but those last 2 sets of marks really quite gratifying when they come in and you just see that average dropping down. So Netherlands at the moment remain in front on 86.44. Chester Webber, obviously individually, it's still his, but that might change. Because whatever happens now, whatever the mark is, oh, there he is, Gabor, another one of the famous Hungarians, make up this incredible hall of fame of their drivers. But whatever happens, whatever the mark is, Boyd makes history pretty much every time he comes out. Quite a senior and experienced team he's got with it. Del Viro at 17. Will be used in all 3 phases. Checkmate, dressage and cones at 18. Gosh, they owe Boyd nothing, those horses. Hero, let's hope he is for Boyd this time, at 12, all the way through, being used in all 3 phases. Gel Viro, again, a nod to the sire, at 10, the youngest in the crew. He's on for dressage and marathon. And Mad Max. Great Mad Max, used also indoors. The 11-year-old Oldenburg has been absolutely a linchpin for Boyd. Once owned by George von Steen, driven in the past by Elizabeth Lawrence, who's also Australian, and Emma Olsen, who is such a key player in the Team XL. Let's see what happens now. Boyd How is this going to go? Of course he's ranked number 1. He's the defending champion. He's won more individual titles than anyone. He will have studied Chester's test so closely. He is like some sort of professor. His attention to detail, his knowledge of the horses, the breeding, what's gone before, what it takes to win. Boyd Excel from Bega in New South Wales, lived in England from the age of 21 for 20 or so years, and that was when he grew as a champion. He said right at the beginning, I'm going to be a world champion. Nobody was quite sure if they believed him, but my goodness, he's proved that he's done it time and time again. Whatever the venue, whatever the situation, the weather, the challenges. He's had leg breaks, all sorts of things happen to him over the years, but he still keeps coming back. And don't forget, he's been training a number of our drivers. He was out with Zoltan not long ago, prepping him, the Sandmans, helping the Germans as well. Quite incredible. Silvero, such a versatile horse. Been driven by Francesco and Joseph de Bac in the past. Went to Boyd in about 2015. Gosh, in the team in Breda back in 2016. Tryon, Crotone. Gosh, we need halls of fame for these horses as well. Dan 8, who was with Zoltan, another mainstay. How are these marks? Sitting at mid-30s at the moment. 7.5s, 8s, 7.5s and 8s. He's certainly not going to hand it to Chester Webber on a plate, quite the opposite. He's so competitive. Leaves no detail unchecked, no stone unturned. It's like a peace has descended across the horses in this collected trot. It's a very regal trot from them. They know their job. Smooth, great flexion through those toned and honed bodies. Ears, head carriage. They exude the confidence that he does. Eights and a 9 for that. Yes, that was a beautiful movement. Tremendous. If you want to learn how to do a collected trot, that's what you need to aim for. Like they were on their tiptoes. Well organised, very disciplined as a unit, like Boyd is. Sitting at about 33, do you know, he's breathing down Chester's neck. This is going to be close. 8s, a 9 and an 8.5 for that halt. He didn't dare move. Boyd has always said the horses don't get enough recognition. He says, I'm driving 4 Valegros, 4 Totalas. They are, all of them, champions in their own right. Oh, look at those leaders. Look, look, look. That was a lovely circle and turn. The free walk, not so highly rewarded. One of those tricky movements, but yes, that last movement, number 12, that got 9s. Deservedly so. They're just skipping along, dancing. Consummate professionals. 34-ish at the average. I wonder what Chester's thinking at the moment. Marks coming up on the screens, 8s and 7.5s, these last 3 movements. Such stunning horses with their dark coats and the white legs. They look good before they've even moved. And organise. Generally very good on the rein back for Boyd. A little bit of resistance there from the wheeler on this side, but it's just a minor detail. Yes, a 6 crept in on that one from Herman, he saw that. In an otherwise exemplary test. Onto the working trot, half loop to E. And then he's gone on to his reins in one hand. Extension is one of the strong points of this team. He's sitting at about 35 at the moment, but there will be very good sets of marks for those last 2 slots, 23 and 24, for him and for the overall impression. But again, a masterclass, and it has been a real treat to watch some superb driven dressage today. It's not over yet, though. Still up there, keeping them still and focused as well. You could hear a pin drop here. It's gone absolutely silent. Even the wind stopped. Everyone holding their breaths to see what the final mark is going to be. 6.5 from Elimar for that walk, 7s from the others. And just enjoy these final moments in a stunning test from our existing and defending world champion, Boyd Excel. What more can you say? A smile from Boyd. What's he thinking? A penny for those thoughts. 8.5, 8 and 9 for that last movement. And of course the 9s and the 10s coming in. 10, 10, 10, 3 10s for the overall impression. A 9, 4 10s. Oh my goodness, where is the clock going to stop? Just waiting. It's looking at about 33 at the moment. This is a fantastic score. I mean, normally this would be a record-breaking score in itself, but we've just seen Chester a bit earlier on do something quite remarkable. But we are waiting now. We had that for Yuri Kunat was his winning test. That's 196 from him. So for one of our judges at P, that was his test of the day, 196. So that gives you Boyd gone into second place, probably as predicted after what Chester produced earlier on, but 33.53. He's done everything right to get yet another individual gold. And just look at that, which puts Australia as a team in front. So for Australia, 80.91. They now sit atop the leaderboard in the team event, puts Netherlands into second on 86.44 and the USA on 91.29, but Marika could change that order again. There you have it. Judges pretty close on that 33.52. That puts him into second. For of the 5 had that as their second place test. Yuri was the one that rewarded it the most, 196. That was the top mark of his 2 days so far. For the others, we had 2 at 185.5 with Herman and Barry complete united. They were. Bert had that at 190 and Elimar at 192.5. So Boyd has laid down his gauntlet, which is quite a fearsome one at the best of times. But the crew that he's had with him for many years, they're all here in force, supporting this great carriage driver, trainer, very loyal to those that are loyal to him, and spends a lot of his time traveling all over the world. He's in high demand as a trainer. Now it's going to be about the ladies, and Marijke is our first lady in driving, and she prides herself on having an all-girls crew with her, Linda and Nicole, who will be with her through all 3 phases. And again, this is another one. Just sit back and enjoy this test. These horses glide through the movements. They are impeccably mannered and trained. Eisbrand's going to have a close look at this one. There he is. He wants to see what she's going to produce. He's got an eye on the team placings as well. Of course he does. So, pretty experienced team for Marijke. She's got Recchiano, who's 18, the Hanoverian, Sunfire at 18, the Oldenburg. And she really enjoys driving these horses, that she's got such a close and a long relationship with them, all geldings. Zalando is 10-year-old. He's the youngster of the team. She's ranked 6th currently. And Zazu, again, if you follow Marijke, you'll know these names, at 14. She had to bring a younger horse, a 6-year-old, along, but he's going to be her spare throughout. There was a problem with G, so God of Fire's come along, but he's going to be staying in the stables. And just look at how these horses work so properly and thoroughly through every muscle and sinew of their bodies. Beautiful conformation. Lovely depth through their necks, very well toned and muscled. 8's creeping in already for Marijke. And she loves to showcase driving. He says when she does the World Cup, she knows she's not going to be the fastest, but if she can showcase beautiful driving, that's a win for her. The team were silver, the Germans, at the Europeans last year. She had a super dressage then, a 38.52. That put her in front for the dressage at the last European Championships. She was 6th individually, and she was 2nd after the dressage with a 38.85 in Pretoni 2 years ago. Sitting around about 40 at the moment. One would expect it to dip into the 30s. 7s and 8s now as the team settle into their test. Light on their feet. Up in front, that's what the judges are looking for. Nothing must look laboured, it must look easy and fluid. It's quite a powerful horse behind on the left wheel. Now just keep up on the outside, that's it. I think it's the lithium hoods that some of these horses are wearing now, certainly big in show jumping. Looks like one of them's got one of them on the offside lead. Counting to 8 in her head. That's it, she's dipped into the 30s. That's what we were expecting. Marks getting stronger as the test goes on. 8s at the moment, a few 7.5s. 6.5, 7.5s for the halt. Oh, these walks, you just want to get them over with. Lovely light contact on those reins. The horses know what they're doing. And that's one of the secrets to producing these extraordinary dressage tests, is all the training, all the hours, all the preparation is actually, once you get in here, let them do their job. Teams like this are experienced, don't interfere, drive them forward with belief, and they will produce the goods as they are here. That 15-metre circle. She had a great Aachen. That was a lovely prep event for this. Second, she was third in the dressage with 40.99, sixth in the marathon, 14th in the cones, but she's competed also in Cladruby early on in the season, fourth at Royal Windsor in early May. My goodness, although the weather cleared up, we had some pretty wet conditions. Hard going in some places. Eighth in Samoa later on in May. Obviously that great second in Aachen, and third in Exlu. So that's been her prep for these World Championships. Has driven with singles as well, and then to step into the horse falls, she and the family purchased the team from Félix Marie Brasseur, who we see training France these days, but obviously when he was competing, one of the big names for Belgium. Marika studied agriculture at the University of Kiel and manages the stables at home, which she runs with her mother. She has been awarded the Golden Driving Badge in Germany, being on the German team consistently for quite some time now. Up into the 40s. She's another one that will get great marks at the end. This will have quite a bearing on the team placings overnight going into the marathon. One more to go after this, but in the moment we are with Marika Harm, team member for Germany. Just leaning out, stretching her arm. Yeah, she was quite happy to get the reins back then. Well done, Marika, who held on there. Just getting everyone to sit back up again for that forward transition. That was a good transition, pretty much united on that. In the corner. This penultimate movement of the free walk on the diagonal. Keeping them straight. Asking them to stretch, but not to jog, and not to anticipate what comes next. Now they can trot on. Yeah, there was just a little bit of anticipation, yeah, and that is reflected in the marks. A bit of jogging. 5s, 4.5 and a 4 from Yuri. He obviously had quite a good view just of that leader in particular that wasn't quite going down in the 4-beat sequence. But it does look light and smooth as she glides. It's like a hot knife through butter when it comes together. Oh, look at those wheel horses. Magic moment. He's a smart chap. And the wheel on this side. And better marks for that final movement. That was a nice flourish to end on. Whether she will get into the 30s Don't know that walk, a bit like Anna at the end yesterday. But we're just waiting for those last few marks, and I think it's going to be low 40s for Marijke, but it's certainly going to be very good for the German team result. She's had a 10 from Elmar for the overall impression. 2 9s, 2 8s and 8.5 for her driving, 3 9s, a 10 and an 8.5 for that final mark. Judges a bit divided. We've got 2 thirds. We've got Barry Capstick on 179.5 for a third, Elmar on 184.5. That's the highest mark of our 5. That was a third for him. Looking like she is in 4th overall, so she's tucking in behind Anna for 4th place at 42.18. Bert Jambon at sea had that as his 7th test, 173. Pretty much in alignment with Yuri, who had 173.5. It was 8th for him. Herman van den Bosch, not so impressed. That was a 10th place for him, 174. So 10.5 between those marks as we await the final competitor to come in. So great for the team effort. That puts Germany into 3rd place. So they stay behind the Dutch. Interesting, sometimes they are ahead after the dressage, but father and son Chardon, a really good day at the office for them for the dressage. That's a big boost for them. Australia in front after Boyd's dressage, 80.91, and of course credit must be paid to Tor van der Berg for the role he played. A really solid test for him considering his experience at this level. 80.91 for the team. Netherlands in 2nd, 86.44. On your screens now, there's Marijke's range of scores, 4th for her. Germany, fair margins between them all. 3rd, 89.29. But don't forget, they've got Mikhail and Georgia. They're very good on the marathons. Chester and Jimmy for the USA in 4th, 91.29. Then Belgium, 94.96, just ahead of Hungary on 98.89. So those are our top 6 teams. Placing individually, Chester Webber, of course, in front, won't be beaten now. Boyd Excel, 2nd, but cracking test from him. Anna Sandman, from what she did yesterday afternoon, has availed herself in glory to sit 3rd in this company on 40.99. All credit to her and the training behind the scenes. Marijke, we've just seen 42.18. Bram Chardon, that pushes him down into 5th, but that's still great for the Dutch. Good test for him. 43.12, just in front of his father, IJsbrand, who's in 6th, 43.32. Fredrik Persson just behind for Sweden. And the final test of our dressage. 2 days, it really has been some fantastic examples of driven dressage at its very best. Boyd, there he is. He's still working with his baseball cap on. He's not wearing his Aussie top, but he also trains. Radek Nevastil. So there he is, still working off the carriage. Few last tips before they go in, and it really has the input of the great Australian helped this gentleman with his dressage scores. He's been climbing up the rankings and the results. There he is, sitting at 20 at the moment, and one would imagine that this should be a good score. Whether it will put them in front of France, who are sitting in 7th, with the Czech Republic in 8th, let's wait and see. Jana on for all phases and using the same 4 horses, dressage, marathon and cones. He's got a Generale horse here. I think that's a giveaway as his spare, one of the stallions. I think that's from the Kladruby stud. But sticking with the German horses and breeds, we've got Hanoverians, a Trakehner. Some of you might remember back in the day that Karen Bassett did so well and competed at World Championships with her team of Trakehners. Karen, if you're listening, thank you for all that you've done for ladies in four-in-hand driving as well over the years. We've got a Mecklenburg and another German whose breeding is a little bit unknown. That's Maximus. He's 10, quite a young team, 2 8s, 9 and a 10. Fire Faz, the Hanoverian, Glücksbot, the Trakehner Gold Jung is Mecklenburg and Maximus. So huge potential. Again, good-looking horses, athletic, well-proportioned through their bodies. And if you have that great start, not just with the bloodlines, but with the good conformation, it just means everything comes a little bit easier to them when you start asking the bigger questions, asking for that collection, the extension, that suspension and elevation. For some, they've got it pretty naturally, and that's one of the reasons why there's been so much Hackney blood put into the Dutch horses. It's what they are pretty much bred to produce. But these German sports horses, one of the best countries, certainly the leading countries for generations in terms of their structured breeding programs, the stallions performance schemes, the testing. I mean, it's quite a big thing in Holland now. People come from all over the world to go to Holland and Germany and places like that for the stallions performance shows to see how they're going to be graded. And they have things like free jumping, and they have to drive as well. At some of the studs and nations, it's quite a rigorous program. Now that was lovely from that outside leader there. Just see how he's extended to come round on those outside turns. That was good. I hope the judges saw that. Good job from him in that movement. Sitting in the mid-50s just now. That's where he was last year at the Europeans. He was 11th after Dressage, 56.17. Similar mark in Aachen. He was 14th, and that was 57.64. Had a good European Championships a year ago. 6th in the marathon, 5th in the cones. He was 5th at the Cladrubia event. One would expect that to be a strong one for him. So near to home. 8th at Laden. 18th. Piscine and Deej. And he also drove a single where he was 2nd, 20th in Aachen. And 4th just a few weeks ago in Austria in Piba. Sixes and sevens. Pretty consistent through all the movements. Here we are just over the halfway mark. Largely 7s, 6.5s, an occasional 5.5. Running mid-50s at the moment, which is pretty much on song with where he has been in recent seasons. Got a good pair of leaders there. Good shot of them working well together on that turn. They do fall quite well into sequence together, these two. That really helps. So much decision making beforehand. Which position are they in? What do you have to promote and hide in front of the judges? They are like us. They either favour the right or the left-hand side, a bit like we can be right and left-handed. That's all part of what goes on beforehand. Nice light contact there for the rein back. A little bit of swinging out, but not too bad for the lines of the carriage. Just a little bit unevenness in the heads with the wheel horses. One looks a bit bigger than the other. Still doing a jolly decent test to round off our opening phase in Hungary. Radek Nešvastil for the Czech Republic. His brother has gone earlier on today with those wonderful Kladrubas. And he rounds off for the teams. Will they nudge ahead of France? Not sure. There's quite a gap between the French on 107.68 and the Czechs are on 120. So probably too big a margin. Romania not far behind 122.73 and then Poland on 123.13. Australia out in front for the team after Boyd's test. And there we have it. Good test there for Radek. 2 8s and 8.5 and 2.7. So that's his driving mark. And 9 has crept in there for final overall impression. Where are our judges? We've got one placing him 19th, 2 at 21, looking pretty much in the mid-50s for that final penalty score. '19th for Barry Capstick on 156. 21st for Bert Jambon and Herman van den Bosch. 155 and 153.5, so that's a joint 21st position for them. Liked a lot more by Elimar Thunart. He had that as his 15th best test on 164, so he took that up into the 160s. And Yuri, not quite so impressed on 157, 23rd for him, but that gives a final position of 21st, which has a nice symmetry to end on because that's actually where Bert had him. So our president of the ground jury, well done Bert Jambon, absolutely spot on with your placing because you are totally in alignment with where that has ended up being. Doesn't change the team placings, but it does put the Czech Republic right behind France. 2 points between them now, so that's really closed the gap between those two nations. Hungary sitting in 6th at the moment. Confirmation for you of that 21st finish and 55.37, which is pretty much on song with where he's been in recent years. But just drink that in whilst you can. It might not happen many more times in our lifetimes. Chester Webber with that remarkable 31.06, and watch that test again and again, and in between watch that test from Boyd Excel because that was remarkable as well with his 33.53. records smashed here in Hungary with these sorts of results. Anna Sandman, well done Anna, to sit there in third still after your opening day's test, 40.99. So only the two of them in the 30s. There was some speculation Mareike might be there as well, but she's sitting in fourth, all good for the Germans, on 42.18. Bram and Eisbrand in fifth and sixth. Very little between them, actually 0.2, and that's all. And Frederick Persson finishes that first phase in seventh, 43.65. And Glenn Geertz for Belgium in eighth, 46.38. Australia, the Netherlands, Germany, USA, Belgium, Hungary, France, Czech Republic, Romania and Poland. That's how they're sitting for the teams. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you have enjoyed it all. We've got some incredible action. We'll all be out on the marathon course from about 10:30 local time. There's been a bit of shape-shifting whilst everyone's been waiting to see what the weather conditions are going to be like. But 2 tremendous days of dressage. There is so much more to come. From the Buk Mountains in northern Hungary, we can't wait for you to join us once again tomorrow, Saturday morning local time, for the marathon. Take care and good night to you.
Persze. Össze is, meg le is. Szóltál? Akarok ide előre. Vannak ilyen sárga. Van, nem. De miért nem lehet? Mondják.
mondtam neki amúgy, hogy nem ezt a nagyot kötne rá. Ez nem az. Hát de itt az nem. Nyomoztam vele mellé. Ez a ideje amúgy. Ezt kicsoda? George? Nem várok én semmivel többet.